Chapter 497. The Dragon and Tiger Sect was the final pillar of support for the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's expert. With the retreat of the Dragon and Tiger Sect, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom also lost the ability to contend against the Qin Empire. The other Heaven Saint Masters of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom also did not want to lose their lives for no reason. This was because they were all involved in the affairs of their kingdom and did not have much enmity with the kingdom of Jesson. There was no need for this, so they all gave up resisting and surrendered. The Dragon and Tiger Sect was the pillar of support for the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's Heaven Saint Masters, but these Heaven Saint Masters were also the pillars of support for the ordinary soldiers below. With the capture of the remaining Heaven Saint Masters of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the soldiers below all lost the courage to fight and surrendered one after another. Jianchen ordered people to find a few thick chains and had Xiaotian and the others tie up the Heaven Saint Masters of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Although these chains could not bind Heaven Saint Masters, this scene in the eyes of the ordinary soldiers had a completely different meaning. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's experts did not dare to speak out against the Qin Empire's treatment of them, but they could only silently endure the humiliation. Although this made them lose face in front of an army of millions, as long as they could preserve their lives, this bit of face was nothing. Moreover, it was not unjust that they had fallen into the hands of the Qin Empire's imperial preceptor. Xiaotian, the 10 of you stay here and watch over them. If they dare to resist or have any ill intentions, kill them on the spot. Jianchen said to Xiaotian and the other imperial preceptors. Yes, Sir Imperial Protector, Xiaotian replied. Afterward, the 10 imperial preceptors suppressed the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and landed on the city walls. Jianchen looked at Qin Wuming and his sons and said, Qin Wuming, Qin Wutian, Qin Wujian, the 3 of you lead 100,000 soldiers of the Eastern Deity Sword Legion and follow me to surround the imperial palace. Unknowingly, Jianchen's tone of voice carried a sense of dignity. Perhaps it was because he had been in a high position for a long time, but Jianchen had actually developed such an aura. Yes. Qin Wuming and his 2 sons immediately went to gather the manpower. Jianchen slowly descended from the sky and went to the back of the army to meet the king of the kingdom of Jesson and his men. Xianger, what's the situation up ahead? How did so many experts suddenly appear within the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom? Changyangba couldn't help but ask. He was also very concerned about the battle ahead, but because there was still some distance between here and the front line, he wasn't very clear about the situation ahead. Father, it's fine now. Those Heaven Saint Masters were the helpers that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom found, but they all retreated. Right now, all the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom have surrendered and been captured by us. The Imperial City is also under our control. All we have to do is wait for the Imperial Palace to capture the king. Jianchen's tone was very calm. To him, this was a very ordinary thing. It did not cause his emotions to fluctuate at all. Hee nephew, why don't we all surround the Imperial Palace together? This king must personally see the miserable state of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's king. The king of the kingdom of Jesson chuckled. His voice was filled with desire. Right now, he no longer had the bearing of a king at all. I want to go too. Princess Yu Yu's face was also filled with eagerness. Perhaps it was because she was too excited, but her pretty face had turned pink. However, this made her look even more enchanting. Jianchen smiled and said, Right now, all the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom have been captured. At most, there's an Earth Saint Master left in the Imperial Palace. There's no longer any threat. Let's all go together. The 500,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Jesson did not enter the Imperial City. Instead, they set up camp outside the city. Jianchen led the king, Changyangba, and the others toward the tall gates of the Imperial City on their magical beast mounts. The 4 hooves of the magical beast mounts stepped on the blood-red ground, causing blood to spurt out from time to time. The entire area was filled with the thick smell of blood. It was extremely pungent, causing Princess Yu to cover her nose tightly with her hands. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at the ground. Compared to the outside of the Imperial City, the inside of the Imperial City was like a pure land on earth. Although there were still remnants of the smoke of war, at least it was not as bloody as the outside of the city. It looked relatively cleaner. Jianshan's group waited for a while in the city. Soon, they saw Qin Wuming and his sons leading a group of blood-covered soldiers on magical beast mount. "Let's go to the Imperial Palace," Jianshan shouted softly. He rode at the front of the group and headed straight for the Imperial Palace. On both sides of the street, many commoners and mercenaries who lived in the Imperial City stood and watched. They pointed their fingers at the Qin Empire's army as they ran in the middle of the street. Many of them had expressions of worry and panic on their faces, afraid that they would be implicated in the war. The army advanced quickly. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the gates of the Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. However, compared to the past, the Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had lost its former majesty. Although it was still intact, it seemed to be filled with a sense of desolation. It was as if the dusk of the apocalypse had come to an end. It no longer had the dazzling grandeur of the past. When the group of soldiers standing guard on the palace walls saw the arrival of Jianshan's group, they were immediately frightened. Then, they ran down the walls and disappeared in a panic. "Surround the Imperial Palace. Forbid anyone from entering or leaving. If anyone disobeys, kill without mercy," Jianshan ordered loudly. His voice rang out in the ears of every soldier of the Eastern Deity Sword Legion. "Yes, sir." The 100,000 soldiers roared and immediately began to move. Very soon, they surrounded the entire Imperial Palace. Jianshan's group rode their magical beast mounts into the Imperial Palace at a steady pace. Behind them, there was a small group of around 100 elite. Every single one of them was an Earth Saint Master. At this moment, the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom sat alone on the dragon throne in a dispirited manner. He stared blankly at the empty hall, completely devoid of life. He had already received news from the front lines. Originally, he thought that he could rely on the power of the sect of Dragon and Tiger to get through this crisis safely. This was because the sect of Dragon and Tiger was a peak sect on the Tianyuan continent. They were extremely powerful. Even if they were not as powerful as the Qin Empire, they were enough to make the Qin Empire fear them. However, he never thought that the kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire would be so determined to destroy his Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. They would not retreat even if they became enemies with the sect of Dragon and Tiger, swearing to flatten his kingdom. Looking at the empty hall, the king felt sorrowful. He knew that after this incident, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom would forever become history on the Tianyuan continent. It would no longer exist. I really never thought that a single wrong decision back then would destroy the empire that my ancestors had spent countless efforts to build. The king sighed inside. He felt extremely helpless. At this moment, an old eunuch ran over in a panic. He hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, the first prince, second prince, and third princess have all escaped into the secret tunnel. There's not much time left. Your Majesty should leave quickly. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." The king gently shook his head. He did not say anything. For a moment, the old eunuch did not understand what he meant. "Your Majesty, there really isn't enough time. The army of the Qin Empire has already entered the Imperial Palace. They'll find us soon. Your Majesty, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late. You should leave quickly. With Aoyama here, there's no need to worry about running out of firewood. As long as you keep your life, you'll have a chance to rise again in the future." The old eunuch anxiously tried to dissuade the king. "No, I'm not leaving." The king finally spoke. He gently pushed the old eunuch away and stood up from his throne. He glanced around the empty hall and muttered with a depressed expression, "If you want to leave, then leave. I'm not leaving. 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 I'm staying. Your Majesty, don't say such foolish things. There's no time. Leave quickly. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. The old eunuch anxiously pulled the king's arm and tried to pull him away. Chapter 498. Your Majesty, as long as Aoyama is around, there's no need to worry about running out of firewood. The most important thing right now is to stay alive. If we're captured by the people of the Kingdom of Jessen, they definitely won't let us live. The old eunuch crawled up from the ground and said in a sorrowful voice. His expression was filled with anxiety because he could already hear the sound of galloping hooves rushing over. If you want to leave, you can leave. This king will not leave. This king will live and die with the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's attitude was firm, as if he had no regard for life or death. Even if he died, he would not be the ruler of a fallen kingdom. Ha 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 ha, Your Majesty the King, it's really hard to imagine that you're such an unyielding man. Your spirit is worthy of respect. A burst of laughter suddenly came from the outside. As soon as the voice fell, a large group of people came in from the outside in an aggressive manner. The person in the lead was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. Seeing that this group of people had already entered the main hall, the old eunuch who had advised His Majesty to escape instantly paled. He muttered absent-mindedly, "It's over, it's over. Even if we want to leave now, we won't be able to." The old eunuch's face was filled with despair. Although he was loyal to the king, he was also very afraid of death. The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom slowly sat on his dragon steed. His hands were casually placed on the armrests that were completely made of gold. His expression was solemn and his gaze was sharp. He fully displayed the demeanor of an emperor. Although he was about to become the ruler of a fallen kingdom, at this moment, he had regained his usual unmoving demeanor and was fearless of death. The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's sharp gaze slowly swept across Jianshan's group. He said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that the trip to the Kingdom of Jessen back then would lead my Heavenly Eagle Kingdom to eternal damnation. If it weren't for that incident back then, perhaps my Heavenly Eagle Kingdom wouldn't have ended up like this." Jianshan laughed coldly and said, "That's right. If it weren't for that incident back then, your Heavenly Eagle Kingdom wouldn't have ended up like this. However, there's no medicine for regret in this world. It's too late for you to regret it now. Everything is already set in stone. Even if you regret it, you can't change anything." "That's right. There's no medicine for regret. It's useless for me to regret now." The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom sighed. He slowly leaned his back against the dragon throne and said, "There is a question that this king has always been unable to understand. I wonder if everyone can answer it for this king." "Go ahead. Seeing that you're in such dire straits, there are some questions that I can tell you." "I can answer them," said Jianshan. "Back when this king sent experts to the Kingdom of Jessen, although there was some trouble, it didn't cause much damage to the Kingdom of Jessen. Instead, we lost a few experts. Speaking of which, the one who suffered in the end was our Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Could it be that your Kingdom of Jessen spent so much effort to ally with the Qin Empire to destroy my Heavenly Eagle Kingdom over such a small matter?" The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had been doubtful about this for a long time. "A small matter? 10 experts from your Heavenly Eagle Kingdom fought in my Changyang Prefecture and caused great damage to my Changyang Prefecture. The entire residence was destroyed by your experts, causing everyone in Changyang Prefecture to suffer injuries of varying severity. If it weren't for the fact that the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire just happened to be in my Changyang Prefecture probably wouldn't have been able to survive that disaster. Even the king of our Kingdom of Jessen might have been captured by you long ago. Is this a small matter?" Jianshan said sternly. The king of the heavenly eagle kingdom stared at Jianchen and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be the fourth young master of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Shoten." "That's right. That's me," Jianchen said proudly. The king of the heavenly eagle kingdom swept his gaze over the group of people behind Jianchen and said, "The kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire suddenly have a close relationship. All of this must be because of you. This king really wants to know what's the relationship between you and the Qin Empire. You actually made the Qin Empire expend so much effort to aid the kingdom of Jessen." "There are quite a lot of things you want to know," Jianchen said with a smile. "Since you want to know so much, I'll satisfy your curiosity." Jianchen paused for a moment and then asked, "I'm sure you know that the reason the Qin Empire sent experts to aid the kingdom of Jessen in repelling the 4 allied armies was because of an imperial protector of the Qin Empire, right?" The king of the heavenly eagle kingdom nodded slightly and said, "That's right. This king did indeed receive such news, but it was completely refuted by the news brought back by Prime Minister Che. Then I can tell you clearly now that this matter is true, and that person is me, Changyang Shoten." Jianchen's tone was very calm. However, this calm tone caused the king of the heavenly eagle kingdom to tremble. He looked at him with an expression of disbelief, unable to say anything for a long time. The king of the heavenly eagle kingdom slumped on his dragon throne, his arms trembling slightly. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and let out a long sigh. He said, "I never thought that the person I offended would actually be the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. No wonder the Qin Empire mobilized such a large force." The king of the heavenly eagle kingdom did not doubt Jianchen's identity as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. This was because everything that had happened so far had completely confirmed Jianchen's identity. Only the lofty imperial protector would be able to make the Qin Empire expend so much effort to send an army and several imperial advisors from so far away. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for provoking the Changyang Prefecture. That's why you ended up like this. Even if you asked the sect of Dragon and Tiger to intervene, it wouldn't change anything. Your Majesty of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, do you now understand the whole story?" Jianchen's tone was somewhat dignified. Sigh. The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom let out a long sigh. In that instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. His expression was dispirited. The king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom nodded weakly and said, "I understand. I understand everything now. Making an enemy out of the kingdom of Jessen was a completely wrong decision. Now that I'm here, you can do whatever you want to me." Jianchen did not waste any more words. He waved his hand and shouted, "Capture him and take him away." Immediately, 2 elite soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion stepped forward and grabbed the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Without giving him any face, they dragged the king out by his arms. After taking the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom away, a fire elemental sword condensed in Jianchen's hand. It then turned into a fiery red ray of light and shot forward, shattering the golden dragon throne the king was sitting on. With the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom captured, it could be said that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was half destroyed. Qin Wuming, have the soldiers of the Eastern deity's Sword Legion search the entire palace. Capture all the members of the royal family. Don't let any of them go. As for the maids and servants, don't make things difficult for them." Jianchen ordered. "Yes." Qin Wuming accepted the order and immediately went to make the arrangements. Jianchen looked at the floor and a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shortly after, his right foot gently stepped on the ground. The entire hall trembled as if an earthquake had occurred, but it quickly calmed down. A few kilometers away, in a secret tunnel 10 meters underground, a large group of royal family members of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were fleeing outside with panicked expressions, accompanied by dozens of guards. There were over 1,000 people, and their messy footsteps in the quiet tunnel appeared abnormally oppressive. From time to time, panicked shouts could be heard. These people were either the king's concubines, relatives of the royal family, or ministers living in the palace. Hurry up, the people in front run faster. Otherwise, the enemy will catch up. Everyone, hurry up. If someone catches up to us, we'll all be finished. Once we escape, we'll all be safe. Everyone, run faster, run faster. Aya, you're stepping on me. You're stepping on me. A large group of people held torches high and panted as they fled in a panic in the dark and damp tunnel. The tunnel was not very smooth. From time to time, people would step on the uneven ground and fall. Then, they would be mercilessly stepped on by the people behind them, causing them to cry out in pain. Some delicate women even cried out in pain. However, at a time like this, everyone only cared about their own lives. Who would have the time to take care of them? At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the front. The entire tunnel trembled violently. Following that, terrified screams came from the front. Not good, the tunnel has collapsed. The road ahead is blocked. We're finished. The tunnel has been blocked. We can't escape at all. What? The tunnel collapsed? How is this possible? This tunnel has been reinforced. How could it collapse? In the main hall of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's palace, Jianshan had already arrived in front of the loyal eunuch. He asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that Jianshan's attention had turned to him, the old eunuch was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He immediately knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, I am the king's imperial eunuch. I'm in charge of the king's daily extravagance. Tell me where the second prince went." Jianshan's tone was very calm and gentle. However, it created a huge pressure in the old eunuch's heart. I don't know. The old eunuch was a person who feared death. He was so frightened that his entire body was trembling. Jianshan's gaze turned cold. He said, "What a loyal eunuch. However, even if you don't tell me, I can still find the second prince if I spend some time. Right now, I'm only giving you a chance to live. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being ruthless." Jianshan, they most likely used the secret tunnel to escape. As long as we find the tunnel, we will be able to find their track. Princess Yu suddenly spoke. Jianshan shook his head. He said, "I know they escaped through the secret tunnel. However, the second prince is not in the tunnel. Moreover, there is no sign of the second prince in the palace." "How do you know the second prince is not in the tunnel?" Princess Yu asked curiously. From the moment they entered the palace, she had been following behind Jianshan. She did not see anyone send a message to Jianshan. Therefore, she was very curious as to how Jianshan knew the second prince was not in the tunnel. Jianshan smiled. He said, "I have my ways." Then, Jianshan's gaze fell on the old eunuch again. He asked, "Now, are you going to tell me or not?" Seeing that the old eunuch still did not speak, Jianshan smiled coldly. He said, "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I only need to spend some time to find the second prince. Men, drag him away and execute him on the spot." Chapter 499. You better not lie to me. Jianshan glared at the old eunuch and threatened. The old eunuch's body trembled slightly and his entire body fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear as he said in a trembling voice, "This servant wouldn't dare, this servant wouldn't dare." Where did the second prince go? Jianshan believed that with the second prince's character, he must have exaggerated the matter in front of the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and nearly caused a calamity to befall the Changyang prefecture. Therefore, Jianshan would definitely not let the second prince off. Moreover, back in the palace of the kingdom of Jessen, Jianshan and the second prince had some grudges. The second prince left the palace 2 days ago. This servant heard from His Majesty that he seemed to have gone to the Luoyun kingdom. The old eunuch's voice trembled as he answered Jianshan's question. What? The second prince has already left the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom? Jianshan frowned slightly. If the second prince had really left the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, it wouldn't be easy to find him. Yes. This servant heard it from His Majesty. It shouldn't be false. The old eunuch said. Jianchen frowned and pondered for a while. Then, he had 2 soldiers from the Eastern deity Sword Legion take the old eunuch away. This second prince is quite clever. I didn't expect him to escape. Jianchen, what do you plan to do? Ming Dong asked. He also held a grudge against the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. I won't let him go, but there's no need to rush right now. Once we figure out the second prince's whereabouts, we can come up with a plan. Let's wait here for now. The people who escaped through the secret tunnel will be brought here very soon, Jianchen said. Currently, the palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was in chaos. Although the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had been captured and the palace had been occupied, there were still tens of thousands of Imperial Guards in the palace. Although a large portion of the Imperial Guards had surrendered, there were still a few loyal Imperial Guards who fought with their lives on the line. They fought fiercely with the soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion, causing the sounds of fighting to ring out everywhere in the palace. However, how could these Imperial Guards be a match for the elite troops of the Qin Empire? Although there were a few Earth Saint Masters among the Imperial Guards, the Eastern deity Sword Legion also had them, and their numbers were several times greater than the Imperial Guards. Therefore, although the resistance of the Imperial Guards were fierce, they were powerless and easily defeated by the Eastern deity Sword Legion. With the Eastern deity Sword Legion of the Qin Empire's deity, Sword Legion of the Heavens and deity, Sword Legion of the Eastern deity, Sword Legion only suffered with the deity Pei. After completely defeating the resistance in the palace, the soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion also carried out a final cleanup of the palace. However, they also obeyed Jianchen's orders and only captured the members of the imperial family and a few important people. They did not make things difficult for the maids and servants. Under this carpet-like search, many of the extremely hidden basements of the palace were searched. They discovered a large number of nobles hiding inside, and in the end, they even discovered an extremely hidden secret passage. Afterwards, the soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion immediately formed groups and searched along the secret passage. Moreover, with the Earth Saint Masters leading the way, they carefully and cautiously searched inside. Not long after, they reached the end of the secret passage and captured over 1,000 members of the imperial family who had been trapped inside due to the collapse of the passage. They were all escorted to the central hall to await the imperial protector's orders. In the central hall of the palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, there was an extremely spacious area outside the hall. At this moment, there were over 2,000 members of the imperial family in various attire kneeling there. There were men and women, old and young, and all of them had faces of fear as their bodies trembled. Everyone thought that it would be difficult for them to survive. The fear of death filled their hearts, causing many of them to sob softly. This was because on the Tianyuan continent, all the rulers and subjects of a fallen nation would be mercilessly killed by the enemy. Even the concubines and children of the king were no exception. Very few of them would survive. This was a method of eliminating the source of trouble. Around the members of the imperial family, several hundred soldiers in silver-white armor stood there like statues. They formed a circle around the 2,000 members of the imperial family who were kneeling on the ground. Jianchen calmly stared at the group of people kneeling on the ground and said, "Next, I will ask you a few questions. The first person to answer will be immediately released and will keep his life." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Soon after, they were filled with excitement. Their originally dead hearts were reignited with the flames of hope. Although Jianchen seemed extremely young and they did not know who Jianchen was, they were not idiots. Their eyes were bright as snow. Seeing so many people of high status and Qin Wuming and his sons standing behind Jianchen, they knew that he was the leader of this group of people. Such a great figure would always keep his word. In front of so many people, how could he joke with a group of prisoners like them? How many princes does the king of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom have in total? Jianchen immediately asked the first question. 3. 3. There are 3. As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, many people scrambled to answer. Their voices were extremely noisy, but the content was completely the same. Now that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had reached its end, in order to survive, they had already tossed their loyalty to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom to the winds. Seeing that the effect was actually much better than he had expected, Jianchen could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. He said, "Very good, everyone is very cooperative. If you continue to cooperate, I might be happy and release everyone." "Sir, is what you said true? If we cooperate with you, are you really willing to release all of us?" A voice rang out from the crowd. His voice was filled with satisfaction and concealed excitement. Jianchen had a gentle smile on his face, but in the eyes of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's royal family, this smile was extremely terrifying. It was like the smile of a demon. Jianchen pointed to the group behind him and said, "Everyone has seen it, right? The people around me are either the monarch of the kingdom of Jessen or the commander-in-chief of the Qin Empire's army. In front of so many people, how could I speak without thinking and not keep my promise?" Jianchen's words had undoubtedly reassured them. Perhaps they did not have enough faith in the monarch of the kingdom of Jessen, but it was different for the commander-in-chief of the Qin Empire's army. Such a status was even more intimidating than the monarch of the kingdom of Jessen. His status was much higher than the monarch of the kingdom of Jessen. And now, even the commander-in-chief of the Qin Empire's army could only stand behind this young man. It was easy to imagine just how high this young man's status in the Qin Empire was. Jianchen continued, "Of course, I will only let a few people stay." The meaning behind Jianchen's words caused the 2,000 people kneeling on the ground to immediately think of the princes of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and some of their direct relatives. "I wonder if the princes of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom are here?" Jianchen asked. Yes, he is here. He is the first prince. This is the third prince." As soon as Jianchen's words fell, many people immediately pointed out the first prince and the third prince. The two princes' faces instantly paled, without a trace of blood. "Bring them out," Jianchen ordered in a low voice. Immediately, a few soldiers in silver-white armor pointed out the princes and forcefully brought them to Jianchen. Jianchen sized up the two princes. Perhaps they were hiding their identities, wearing the clothes of a servant. Their clothes were stained with mud from the tunnels, and their hair was disheveled. They looked like beggars on the streets. Of the two princes, one looked to be nearing 30 years old, while the other looked to be in his 20s. They looked about the same age as Jianchen. The two princes stood in front of Jianchen with their heads lowered, trembling with fear. They did not even dare to look at Jianchen. "You are the first prince and third prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom?" Jianchen asked. Yes. The two princes were greedy and afraid of death. They did not possess any pride. When faced with Jianchen's question, they trembled as they answered. "Tell me, where did the second prince go?" Jianchen asked. "He went to the Sunset Kingdom." The one who spoke was the first prince. He did not hesitate to reveal the second prince's whereabouts. Although he was related to the second prince by blood, he did not have a good relationship with the second prince, who knew how many small conflicts they had in secret. Naturally, he wished for the second prince to die. Jianchen frowned slightly and asked, "What did the second prince go to the Sunset Kingdom for?" "I don't know. I'm afraid that only Royal Father knows the answer to this matter. If you want to know, then go ask him." The first prince stammered, pushing all the blame to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's king. Jianchen muttered to himself for a while and said, "Take the two princes away and keep a close watch. As for this group of people, check their spatial belts and spatial rings. Then, let them all go." The two princes were taken away. Then, the 2,000 or so members of the royal family were all searched by the soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion. As a wealthy kingdom, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's wealth was much greater than the kingdom of Jessen. The total wealth of these royal family members was also a terrifying figure. Jian Chun did not kill them all. He left a path of survival for the members of the imperial family. He only took away most of their wealth, leaving behind a small portion for them to survive. Afterwards, he kept his promise and let them all go. After dealing with the 2,000 royal family members, Jianchen turned to Qin Wuming and his 2 sons and said, Qin Wutian, immediately take a group of people to the Sunset Kingdom to pursue the second prince who escaped. You must capture him. This matter could be said to have arisen entirely because of the second prince. Jianchen would definitely not let the second prince off. Yes, I'll immediately mobilize the men. Qin Wutian replied and immediately went to mobilize the troop. Then, he led a small elite group of 100 people to the Sunset Kingdom. At this moment, a soldier in silver armor came to Jianchen and knelt on one knee. He said, reporting to the Imperial Protector, Lord Jianchen, we have discovered the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's treasury. Jianchen's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, lead the way immediately. I'll vote for PK and see the great god at the annual meeting. Chapter 500. Under the guidance of the guard, Jianchen's group passed through many halls and very quickly arrived at the deepest part of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's imperial palace. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's national treasury was built in the deepest part of the imperial palace. It was a 3-story tall building. The entire building was completely forged from refined steel and was extremely sturdy. It was obvious that an intense battle had occurred in front of the national treasury. The ground was littered with corpses and the entire ground was dyed red with blood. The blood flowed like a river. If it was a normal time, the national treasury of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom would normally be guarded by a Heaven Saint Master and a group of 500 elite soldiers. However, the entire imperial palace was currently under the control of the Eastern deity Sword Legion. Even the Heaven Saint Masters were either dead or captured. There were simply no extra experts. Furthermore, the elite soldiers of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom that were guarding the national treasury had all been killed and replaced with soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion. Greetings, Sir Imperial Protector. Seeing Jianchen arrive, the soldiers guarding the national treasury immediately knelt on one knee and greeted him in unison. No need to be so courteous. Rise. Jianchen's tone was indifferent. However, his gaze was fixed on the national treasury in front of him. Although the national treasury was a large building, the entrance was only a very small door. It was difficult for 2 people to walk side by side. At this moment, the national treasury's door was tightly shut and had not been opened. Sir Imperial Protector, after we found the national treasury, we immediately sent someone to report to you. However, we couldn't find the key. We have already searched all of these soldiers, but we couldn't find the key. An Earth Saint Master soldier reported to Jianchen in a low voice. Yes, you have done well. Jianchen nodded his head in praise. Then, he directly walked to the National Treasury's door. He extended his hand and patted the 1-meter-wide metal door. It was cold to the touch, and at the same time, it gave off a heavy and hard feeling. I never thought that the entire door would be made of tungsten alloy. If it was thick enough, it could easily block the attack of a Heaven Saint Master. Jianchen said with some surprise. Tungsten alloy was a strange metal. It was one of the toughest materials on the Tian-Yuan continent. It had the ability to transmit energy. It could disperse the attack it received and let the entire body endure it. If one wanted to break through the tungsten alloy, they would need to have the power to destroy the entire piece of tungsten alloy. It was impossible to gradually break through it. Therefore, tungsten alloy's defense was measured by its weight. If one wanted to break through the tungsten alloy's defense, they would need to be extremely powerful. 500 kilograms of tungsten alloy would be able to block the attacks of Heaven Saint Masters. 500 kilograms of tungsten alloy. The rarity of tungsten alloy and its miraculous defense gave it an extremely expensive price. It was completely calculated by weight. If it was 100 kilograms of tungsten alloy, it would cost 1,000 kilograms of purple gold coins. It was 10 times more expensive than purple gold coins. Moreover, there was no market for it. Looks like the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is quite rich. They actually use tungsten alloy to make the door of the treasury. Such a large piece of tungsten alloy. I estimate it to be at least 500 kilograms. It will take a lot of effort to break it open. Qin Wuming muttered to himself. As he said that, Qin Wuming arrived before the door made of tungsten alloy. He said, "Imperial Protector, let me see if I can break it open." Jianchen nodded slightly. He then took a few steps back and gave Qin Wuming his position. Not only was Qin Wuming the vice-commander of the Eastern Deity Sword Army, he was also a Heaven Saint Master. He had already reached the 3rd cycle and new battle skills. As long as the door was made of tungsten alloy and weighed less than 500 kilograms, he would be able to break it open. Qin Wuming ordered all the soldiers in the surroundings to stay away from the treasury. He then directly sent a palm strike filled with powerful saint force toward the small door in front of him. Boom! Following a violent boom that resounded throughout the entire palace, Qin Wuming's palm had already landed on the small door made of tungsten alloy. The entire national treasury was trembling violently. If it wasn't for the fact that the entire national treasury was made of tempered steel, this palm alone would have been able to smash the entire national treasury building into pieces. After the palm strike, the small door that blocked everyone's path still stood there in perfect condition. It was not damaged at all. There was not even a mark left on it. Seeing that his palm strike had no effect at all, Qin Wuming immediately snorted coldly. He took out his saint weapon. Surging light blue saint force surged out from the saint weapon. He then sent another full force strike toward the small door in front of him. After using the saint weapon, Qin Wuming's battle prowess was 2 to 3 times stronger than when he used his palm strike. His current full force strike could even split a mountain in half. Boom! Another violent explosion was heard, and the violent energy storm spread out in all directions like a flood, causing the floor around the treasury to crack inch by inch. The cracks were like spider webs, and some of the soldiers of the Eastern Divine Sword Legion who were close by were forced to take a few steps back from the impact. However, what shocked everyone was that even after using the saint weapon, Qin Wuming's full force strike still did not break open the small door. "Father, the weight of this door made of tungsten alloy definitely exceeds 250 kilograms. It might even reach 1,000 kilograms. Let's call a few more people to work together to break it open," Qin Wujian suggested from behind. Qin Wuming helplessly withdrew his saint weapon and sighed. "I never thought that a small kingdom like the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom would be able to obtain so much tungsten alloy. It's really shocking. It seems that if we want to break open this door, we'll have to call a few more experts over." "I don't think that's necessary. Let me try." Jianchen walked up from behind. "I don't believe that this small metal door can block my path forward." Facing the tungsten alloy door that even Qin Wuming could not break open, Jianchen did not dare to be careless. He immediately used the origin energy of the Azure Sword Spirit. 2 dense rays of light, one purple and one green, condensed in his right hand. Qin Wuming silently retreated to the back. He only knew that Jianchen's talent was very frightening, but he was not very clear about Jianchen's strength, so he wanted to take this opportunity to see it for himself. Jianchen stood in front of the tungsten alloy door. Without any fancy movements, he directly inserted the origin energy of the Azure Sword Spirits into the door. Chi. With a soft sound, although the tungsten alloy door was very sturdy, it was still as weak as tofu in front of the origin energy of the Azure Sword Spirit. It was easily pierced, and then slowly penetrated deeper. Purple, green, strange. Just what kind of energy is this? It's actually so strong. Qin Wuming secretly thought to himself as he stared at the origin energy of the Azure Sword Spirits in Jianchen's hand in shock. Chapter 501. Although the tungsten alloy's defense was very strong, the origin energy of the azure and violet sword spirits was so strong that it could even easily destroy a Heaven Saint Master's Saint weapon, so it was easy for them to cut into the tungsten alloy's body. Even so, Jianshan could still feel a strong resistance coming from the tungsten alloy, trying to prevent the sword spirits from inserting their origin energy. What was certain was that if Jianshan did not use the origin energy of the azure and violet sword spirits, it would be impossible for him to break open the tungsten alloy door. Tungsten alloy was a strange metal that was extremely rare on the Tianyuan continent, and its price was also ridiculously high. Jianshan could not bear to break such a large piece of tungsten alloy, so he controlled the origin energy of the azure and violet sword spirits to only cut off the frame of the tungsten alloy door, opening the entrance to the treasury without breaking the door. Purring! With a heavy sound, the tungsten alloy door heavily fell to the ground. Only now did everyone realize with shock that the tungsten alloy door was actually 2 feet thick. Heavens, 2 feet thick tungsten alloy. This tungsten alloy door weighs at least 3,000 pounds. The principal of the Kargath Academy, Kafir, said with a face full of shock. This weight could only be bought with 30,000 pounds of purple gold. Just this door alone was worth over 10 million purple gold. The Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is really rich. Qin Wuming sighed. Jianshan used the azure and violet sword spirits to cut off the steel frame of the tungsten alloy door, leaving behind a large piece of tungsten alloy. This piece of tungsten alloy did not look like a door at all, but more like a rectangular pillar. It was 6 feet tall, 3 feet wide, and 2 feet thick. I never thought that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom would give me such a valuable item before I even entered the treasury. Staring at the tungsten alloy door in front of him, Jianshan softly laughed. He then slowly hugged the tungsten alloy door with both hands, and with a sudden burst of strength, he actually slowly lifted the several thousand-pound tungsten alloy door. The several thousand-pound weight pressed down on Jianshan's feet, causing the ground he was standing on to sink slightly. What great strength! Seeing that Jianshan was actually able to lift the tungsten alloy door that weighed a few thousand kilograms with just his strength, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They were surprised that Jianshan possessed such great strength. Although Jianshan's body was not burly and looked a little weak, his body had been tempered by the chaotic force and had long become extremely powerful. Just the strength of his body alone could directly resist the attack of a great Saint Master. As his body strengthened, Jianshan's strength also increased correspondingly. Lifting an object that weighed a few thousand kilograms was not very difficult. Jianshan heavily placed the tungsten alloy door on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly and emit a muffled sound. We have all underestimated the wealth of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. I did not expect them to be able to obtain such a heavy piece of tungsten alloy. This piece of tungsten alloy weighs more than 3,000 jin. I estimate it to be around 2,500 jin. Jianshan had a happy smile on his face. Just this piece of tungsten alloy was priceless, which made him very excited. Hearing that the tungsten alloy actually weighed 2,500 jin, everyone once again let out a sigh. The door to the National Treasury had already been opened. Next, Jianshan led everyone into the National Treasury of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. The National Treasury of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had a total of 3 levels. Each level was very large. When Jianshan arrived at the first level of the National Treasury, he saw that the first level was filled with neatly arranged spatial belts. From the markings on them, it could be seen that these spatial belts were not very valuable items. Most of them were provisions and high-quality armors. The king of the kingdom of Jessen casually picked up a spatial belt and then pulled out a set of jet-black armor from it. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he exclaimed, "This armor is actually made of tungsten alloy. Just how much tungsten alloy does the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom have?" Hearing this, Jianshan also pulled out a set of armor from a spatial belt beside him. This set of armor was actually also made of tungsten alloy. The tungsten alloy armor was very thin. Its total weight was only around 5 Jin. However, its defensive power was much stronger than those armor made of steel. If this kind of armor was worn by a soldier, it would greatly increase the soldier's combat ability and survivability. This was because the tungsten alloy armor was really too light. It could reduce the weight of the armor on the soldier's body. His Majesty the King lightly patted the jet black armor and sighed. This armor made of tungsten alloy is really good. Not only is it light, but its defensive power is also 10 times stronger than the black armor worn by our black armored army. Hearing this, Jianchen faintly smiled and said, "Your Majesty the King, why don't we just give all of the tungsten alloy armor to the black armored army? The black armored army is the most elite army of the Kingdom of Jessen. Of course, we have to do everything we can to increase their strength." His Majesty the King's eyes revealed unconcealable joy. However, when he noticed Qin Wuming beside him, his face revealed a trace of embarrassment as he said, "This isn't too good. We were able to conquer the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom because of the contribution of the Qin Empire. These tungsten alloy armors should belong to the Qin Empire." Qin Wuming chuckled and said, "Although the tungsten alloy is expensive, it is nothing in the eyes of the Qin Empire. Although the armor worn by the 5 most elite armies of the Qin Empire is not as good as the tungsten alloy, it is not too far off. Furthermore, the Qin Empire has provided 10 million sets of such armor to the army. Apart from these, the Qin Empire also has armor that is even better than the tungsten alloy. Why would we care about these few sets of tungsten alloy armor? If that's the case, then I will accept these tungsten alloy armor on behalf of the black armored army." The king of the Kingdom of Jessen no longer pretended to be pretentious and accepted the tungsten alloy armor with a smile on his face. Following this, Jianchen called in a few soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion to help him count the items. In total, they obtained 300 sets of tungsten alloy armor. Each set weighed 10 kilograms. Adding the 300 sets of tungsten alloy armor together, it was another 3,000 kilograms of tungsten alloy. In this trip to the National Treasury, just the tungsten alloy alone was already very abundant. Apart from the tungsten alloy armor on the first floor of the National Treasury, there was nothing else that could catch Jianchen's eye. Following this, everyone proceeded to the second floor of the National Treasury. The second floor was filled with gold coins and magic cores, which were stored in hundreds of space belts. Jianchen did not take a detailed count of these items. He directly ordered a few soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion to store them all into their space rings. Then, without stopping to rest, they proceeded to the third floor. The third floor was different from the 2 floors below. The items placed here were all precious collections. There were all kinds of strange items, but one thing was for sure, every item here was priceless. However, just as Jianchen stepped into the third floor, the voices of the 2 sword spirits of Ziying and Qing Su rang in Jianchen's mind. "There is actually a white veined stone here. White veined stone, there is actually a white veined stone here. Master, quickly go and get the white veined stone." The voices of Ziying and Qing Su were filled with excitement and impatience. The sudden voices in his mind caused Jianchen to be stunned. Because the sword spirits rarely took the initiative to speak, their sudden voices made Jianchen feel a little surprised. "White veined stone, what is that?" Jianchen was puzzled. Shortly after, a strange feeling appeared in Jianchen's mind. Following this feeling, Jianchen's gaze directly locked onto a corner of the National Treasury. He saw a white stone the size of a human head placed on a table. The stone was very simple and unadorned. It was very ordinary. At first glance, anyone who saw it would think that it was just an ordinary stone. If it was thrown into a pile of rocks, it would be very difficult to find it. Jianchen's eyes flashed. He quickly walked in front of the stone table and stared at the white stone on the table. He couldn't help but recall the scene from a few years ago in Wake City. At that time, he didn't know that the 2 dots of light in his dantian were the sword spirit. At that time, when he was walking on the street, it was because of the strange movements of the sword spirits in his dantian that Jianchen discovered the seemingly ordinary but extremely heavy white stone. In the end, under the urging of his curiosity, he bought the white stone. Because he didn't know what the use of the white stone was, Jianchen had always kept it in his space ring and never asked about it. After such a long time, if it weren't for the fact that he coincidentally came across a similar white stone today and attracted the attention of the sword spirits, Jianchen probably would have forgotten about it. The white stone the size of a human head was placed on a metal table. Jianchen slowly lifted it up with both hands. Feeling the weight of the stone, he was secretly shocked. This white stone the size of a human head weighed over 500 kilograms. If he wasn't strong enough, just lifting this stone would be an extremely difficult task. Ziying Qing saw, just what is this white stone? Why are you so excited? Is it some kind of treasure? Jianchen asked the sword spirit. This question had long existed when he bought the first white stone. It was just that the sword spirits were unable to communicate with him at that time, so they had no way of knowing the origin and use of this strange white stone. Master, this is a white veined stone. It is an extremely precious material for forging weapons. It is one of the most important materials for forging high-level treasures. According to what you said, it is a material for forging weapons. Ziying was the one who spoke, his voice still filled with excitement. Oh, so it is a material for forging weapons. A trace of disappointment appeared on Jianchen's face. He said, if that's the case, then it isn't very precious. Everyone on the Tianyuan continent uses saint weapons. There is no one who uses forged weapons because no matter what material they are made of, they are all very weak in front of a heaven saint master. Moreover, they are not as powerful as saint weapons. Master, you underestimate treasures far too much. The power of treasures is far beyond what you can imagine. Once you reach that level, you will naturally understand the power of treasures. Ziying said. That's right, Master. Ziying is right. Treasures are very powerful. They are far more powerful than the saint weapons you use. This time, it was Qing Suo who spoke. His voice that was like a lark was extremely moving. Chapter 502. Of course they're powerful. Master, this white veined stone is an extremely precious material for forging weapons. It can be used to forge the azulate twin swords. Once you've forged the azulate twin swords, you'll understand just how powerful they are. Ziying said. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. Soon after, he was filled with joy and said, to think that I can forge azulate twin swords that are even stronger than saint weapons. This is great. It'll make up for my lack of a weapon. Jianchen paused for a moment before asking, Ziying Qing Suo, how do I forge the azulate twin swords? Are the weapons forged from this white veined stone extremely powerful? Of course not. The white veined stone is only one of the materials used to forge the azulate twin swords. In order to make a weapon stronger, there are many other things that need to be considered. However, Master doesn't need to worry about this. Ziying and Qing Suo will be able to solve this problem. Then when can we start forging the azulate twin swords? Jianchen was a little impatient. Swords were just too important to him. Ever since the light wind sword had been shattered, he had never given up on his desire for swords. However, now that he was a heaven saint master, even if he used rare materials to forge weapons, they wouldn't be able to meet his requirement. This was why he hadn't been able to find a suitable weapon for himself. Now that he heard that he could forge the azulate twin swords that were even stronger than saint weapons, he found it hard to maintain his calm. Ziying and Qing Suo could clearly feel how intense Jianchen's desire for swords was. After a moment of hesitation, Ziying said, Master, forging the azulate twin swords shouldn't be too difficult. As long as we gather a few experts who can control fire, we should be able to complete it. The only problem is that the materials needed to forge the azulate twin swords are just too hard to find. Just the white veined stone alone is far from enough. Then what other materials do you need? I'll ask the people of the Qin Empire to help me find them. Jianshan's heart began to beat uncontrollably. His consciousness had been brought into strange illusions by the sword spirits more than once. He knew that the sword spirits were extremely powerful weapons, so he was eager to obtain them. Although Jianshan possessed the strength of a Heaven Saint Master and could be said to be invincible among Heaven Saint Masters with the origin energy of the sword spirits, Heaven Saint Masters were not the peak experts on the Tian Yuan continent. Above them were saint rulers, hermits. Although Jianshan did not know how terrifying a saint ruler was, this did not stop him from speculating. This was because Jianshan had already seen the tip of the iceberg of a saint ruler from Longevity Valley. Even with the origin energy of the azulate sword spirits, he was unable to pose a threat to Uncle Xiao. The Shi family and the Jetta family that Jianshan had offended both had saint ruler expert. Jianshan had destroyed the ruler weapons that had been passed down through the generations, so it was certain that these two families would not let him go. Once the hermits moved, Jianshan was not confident that he could deal with them. Other than the Shi family and the Jetta family, there was also the Huang family and the recently emerged dragon and tiger sect. These two families were also not to be trifled with. The Huang family knew that he had the skeleton of a saint ruler. Although he had helped the Huang family in the past, there was no guarantee that the Huang family would not repay his kindness with enmity. After all, a saint ruler's skeleton was just too precious. As for the dragon and tiger sect, because of the matter of the heavenly eagle kingdom, they had some conflicts with Jianshan. This was also a big problem. The dragon and tiger sect also had hermits and did not fear the Qin Empire. Although Jianshan's identity as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire was a layer of protection, even if he encountered a saint ruler expert, they would still give face to the Qin Empire. However, he was afraid that the hermits who did not give face to the Qin Empire would attack him. Although these matters were serious, they were not what Jianshan was truly worried about. What he was truly worried about was the white tiger. This was because the white tiger was the Gilligan family of the traversing mountain range. Therefore, although the current Jianshan seemed to be in limitless glory, the pressure on him was extremely great. This caused him to not have the energy to talk about love and relationship. He only wanted to focus on increasing his strength. However, increasing his strength as a Heaven Saint Master was no longer as easy as before. At the same time, if Jianshan gave up on the origin energy of the sword spirits, his personal strength would not be very great. As a result, Jianshan was extremely excited when he heard that he could forge the azulate swords. Ziying and Qing Suo were troubled. After a moment of silence, they said, "Master, the materials required to forge the azulate swords do not have a fixed shape. At the same time, the names of the materials are completely different on the Tian Yuan continent. If you just look for them by name, you probably won't be able to find a single one. Although each material has a different nature, it's still very difficult to find them. For example, the white veined stone. It looks like a very ordinary stone, but it's extremely heavy. However, there must be quite a few stones on the Tian Yuan continent that possess the same characteristics as the white veined stone. There are only slight differences, but basically no one can tell them apart. As a result, it's impossible to find them with other people's help," Ziying said helplessly. "In other words, I can only rely on the two of you to find the materials to forge the azulate swords?" Jianshan asked. "Yes, Master. Other than Qing Suo and I, there's probably no one else who can tell that these are high-quality materials," Ziying replied. Jianshan was filled with disappointment when he heard that. He originally thought that he would be able to use the swords immediately and solve his problem of not having a weapon, but he never thought that this would be the result. He had rejoiced for nothing. After a moment of silence, Jian Chun gradually regained his composure. Although he could not forge the azulate swords right away, at the very least, his weapons were beautiful. Moreover, they were powerful azulate swords. After calming down, Jianshan continued to ask, Zing Qing Suo, how many materials do I need to forge the azulate swords? Master, the sword bodies we used to live in were all made from the highest quality materials. There are more than 1,000 of them, and many of them are unique in the world. They can only be found by chance. However, Master doesn't need to refine a sword body of that level. Moreover, a sword body of that level can't be forged with ordinary flames. Therefore, Master only needs to refine a sword body of a slightly lower quality. A total of 16 materials are needed. After ending his conversation with the sword spirits, Jianshan's consciousness returned to his body. At this moment, he discovered that the group of people who had come in with him had arrived behind him. Jianshan, why are you holding that rock in a daze? What is that rock? Is there something special about it? Jianshan's voice rang out from behind him. Jianshan pondered for a moment before replying, This rock is a material for forging weapons. I just happen to need it. Ming Dong's expression immediately became solemn when he heard that. Jianshan had not hidden the fact that his saint weapon had been destroyed from Jianshan, so Ming Dong also knew what had happened to Jianshan. Forging weapons? Imperial Protector, what do you want this for? Could it be that you still want a weapon made of materials? This weapon is inferior to saint weapons in both strength and toughness. In a battle between Heaven Saint Masters, it's completely useless, Qin Wujian asked curiously. Jianshan smiled but did not explain anything. He casually put the rock into his space ring and said, Everyone, feel free to look around. Everything here belongs to us anyway, so feel free to take whatever you like. Next, everyone spread out and wandered around to see if there were any surprises. As for those priceless gold, silver, jewels, and precious collectibles, they were too lazy to even look at them because they were not short of money. The third floor of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's treasury was very large. Jianshan also strolled around by himself to see if there were any precious items that he could find beforehand. This was because after taking away these items, they would be handed over to the people below to deal with. They would either collect them or sell them. If they missed something precious, they would have to bear the loss. Just as Jianshan passed by a long table covered in dust, his body slightly paused. On the table, there was a stone slab that attracted Jianshan's attention. The stone slab was square, 1 meter long and 1 inch thick. It looked very ordinary, but on the surface of the stone slab, one could faintly see some patterns. Because it was covered with a thick layer of dust, these patterns couldn't be seen clearly. Jianshan picked up the stone slab that was covered in dust and blew away the dust, revealing the pattern on the stone slab. However, the pattern was not complete. Only a hand could be seen holding a chopping knife. Because of the size of the stone slab, the chopping knife was not complete. The tip of the knife could not be seen. The moment he saw the pattern, Jianshan's mind suddenly shuddered. A profound feeling suddenly appeared in his head, causing Jianshan's eyes to instantly become fixed on the pattern on the stone slab. Although the pattern was not complete, only a hand and a portion of the chopping knife, Jianshan actually felt the power of the world from this part of the pattern. When the knife chopped down, it gave Jianshan a feeling that it contained the world. This is... Jianshan's eyes widened. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. This was because he was not unfamiliar with this pattern. He had seen it before in the sacred land of Mercenary City. It was actually a Saint-tier battle skill that surpassed Heaven-tier battle skills. This ordinary-looking stone slab was actually the most powerful battle skill on the Tianyuan continent, a Saint-tier battle skill. Chapter 503. Jianshan's breathing became heavy. A Saint-tier battle skill was definitely a supreme treasure on the Tianyuan continent. It was a treasure that even saint rulers would drool over. Very few saint rulers even possessed a Saint-tier battle skill. Jianshan had never thought that he would actually find a saint-tier battle skill in the treasury of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. This was definitely a great surprise to him. However, the only regretful thing was that the saint-tier battle skill was only an incomplete piece. It was not complete at all. However, Jianshan was still overjoyed. Even an incomplete piece of a saint-tier battle skill was extremely precious because the inscriptions on it contained the mysteries of the laws of the world. Jianshan had absorbed a few fragments of the mysteries of the world when he cultivated in the sacred grounds of Mercenary City, which was why he was able to resonate with the inscriptions on the stone tablet. As a result, he was certain that it was an incomplete piece of a saint-tier battle skill. Jianshan was beside himself with joy as he gripped the stone tablet tightly. This discovery was just far too important to him. Although he was unable to practice a saint-tier battle skill due to his lack of qualifications, the inscriptions on the stone tablet could help him comprehend the mysteries of the world. To Jianshan, the stone tablet had basically created a bridge to Saint Ruler. After a while of joy, Jianshan finally calmed down. He carefully stored the stone tablet away in his space ring and continued to wander through the treasury as if nothing had happened. Soon, the time it took to brew a cup of tea had passed. At this moment, everyone had already walked through the treasury filled with all kinds of items, but they didn't find anything particularly precious. Jianshan did not find anything else aside from a white-veined stone and an incomplete piece of a saint-tier battle skill. However, this still filled Jianshan with joy. He was extremely excited, but he did not show it on his face. This was because he knew that the incomplete map of a saint-grade battle skill was no small matter. He absolutely couldn't reveal it. Otherwise, even if he didn't encounter any danger, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep it. If the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire found out about this, they would definitely take it from him. "Put away everything here," Jianshan shouted at the soldiers guarding the door. "Yes." Several soldiers immediately took the spatial rings in their hands and entered the third floor of the treasury. Then, one by one, they put everything into their spatial rings. A few soldiers were busy inside while Jianshan and the others gathered together. "Did anyone find anything?" Jianshan asked everyone. "Although some of the things here are quite valuable, they are still nothing in our eyes. We didn't find anything useful." Qin Wuming shook his head. "That's right. Some of the treasures in our house are worth who knows how many times more than these things." Qin Wujin said. As a Heaven Saint Master and the commander of the Eastern Deity Sword Legion, things like money were very insignificant in their eyes. Ming Dong took out a few valuable things from his spatial ring and chuckled. "I'm not as rich as you guys. I found a few valuable things to store first. When I run out of money, I'll sell them." Hearing this, Jianshan smiled and said, "Ming Dong, with your ability, are you still afraid of lacking money? If you lack money, you can just casually kill a few Class 5 magical beasts, and the money will come." Ming Dong rolled his eyes at Jianshan and curled his lips. "Do you think that Class 5 magical beasts are as easy to find as Earth Saint Masters? You can find them whenever you want. Just a trip to the magical beast forest takes a long time. If you don't mind, Ming Dong, you can join our Eastern Deity Sword Legion. At the very least, you can become a domain chief, who can lead 100,000 people. I guarantee that you will have enough money. What do you think, Ming Dong?" Qin Wuming smiled at Ming Dong. He could see Ming Dong's potential. He was a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master before the age of 30. With such talent, he would definitely break through to Heaven Saint Master before the age of 50, which was why he wanted to recruit him. Ming Dong shook his head without any hesitation. "Then forget it. I like Xiaoyao's free days. I'm not used to the days where you guys spend all your time in a military camp. I've also decided that I'll follow Jianshan in the future. I'll go wherever he goes." Qin Ji arrived beside Ming Dong and affectionately wrapped his arm around Ming Dong's shoulder. He smiled. "I knew that brother Ming Dong would definitely refuse third uncle's invitation, but Ming Dong, we're still brothers after all. Brother Jianchen is now the imperial protector of our Qin Empire, so you can't lower your status too much. As a result, I have a suggestion that I hope Brother Mingdong can agree to. What suggestion? Tell me, but I can't guarantee that I'll agree to it, Mingdong sternly replied. Qin Ji patted Mingdong's shoulder and chuckled. It's nothing too big. I just hope that Brother Mingdong can become the imperial protector of the Qin Empire once you break through to Heaven Saint Master. Of course, I won't restrict your freedom, and I'll even provide you with some assistance, just like Jianchen. Mingdong thought about it and murmured, You won't restrict my freedom, and you'll even provide me with some assistance. It doesn't sound like I'm losing out at all. Seeing that Mingdong was slightly tempted, Qin Ji hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. Of course you're not losing out. Our Qin Empire is one of the 8 great empires of the continent. We have countless vassal states around us, so we're extremely powerful. Even among the 8 great empires, our Qin Empire ranks near the top. We haven't had any wars in several hundred years, so you'll be extremely free if you become the Qin Empire's imperial protector. We won't need you to do anything. Mingdong thought about it for a while before agreeing to Qin Ji's request in the end. He said, All right, since we're brothers, I'll agree to this. Once I become a Heaven Saint Master, I'll become the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. All right, it's a deal. Qin Ji happily laughed aloud. He was extremely excited that Mingdong had agreed to become the imperial protector of the Qin Empire because he would have another helper when he fought for the throne in the future. My friend Mingdong, our kingdom of Jessen is in dire need of an imperial protector right now. I wonder if you'll consider it. The king of the kingdom of Jessen also approached. Mingdong knew that the king of the kingdom of Jessen was Jianchen's future father-in-law, so he could be considered a family member. As a result, he agreed to the king's suggestion very straightforwardly. He said, The kingdom of Jessen is my brother's homeland. I obviously have a duty to protect the kingdom of Jessen to the best of my ability. Your Majesty, however, I'll have to break through to Heaven Saint Master before I can become the imperial protector of the kingdom of Jessen. Otherwise, I won't be able to show off my strength as an Earth Saint Master. Chapter 504. In the blink of an eye, Mingdong had become the imperial advisor of the Qin Empire and the kingdom of Jessen. Although he had not officially taken up the position, it was only a matter of time. When Mingdong broke through to Heaven Saint Master in 3 years, not only would he become a peak expert on the Tianyuan continent, but his status would undergo a drastic change as well. This was because the status of an imperial advisor of the Qin Empire was much greater than that of a Heaven Saint Master. Ever since Mingdong had gone to Mercenary City with Jianchen, his status had skyrocketed. If it had been Mercenary City back then, it would have been impossible for Mingdong to reach the 6th cycle of Earth Saint Master before the age of 30, let alone enjoy such treatment. Sir Imperial Protector, everything has been stored in these space rings. A few soldiers in charge of cleaning up arrived before Jianchen and respectfully handed the space rings to Jianchen. Jianchen accepted the space rings and said to Qin Wuming, the others, and the king of the kingdom of Jessen, We'll all get a share of these things. Let's split them after we've exchanged them for purple coins. There's no need for that. Qin Wuming smiled. Imperial Protector, there's no need to consider splitting the items with us. Although they're worth quite a lot, they're nothing in our eyes. The kingdom of Jessen and your clan should need them more than us. All right then. The kingdom of Jessen will accept these items. Jianchen was not a pretentious person. He also knew that this amount of money was nothing to Qin Wuming, but it was different to the kingdom of Jessen and Changyang Prefecture. The kingdom of Jessen and Changyang Prefecture were not as wealthy as the Qin Empire. A few million purple coins was already a fortune that could not be underestimated. If the kingdom of Jessen and Changyang Prefecture wanted to grow stronger, just the support of the Qin Empire was far from enough. They would need a large amount of money to recruit more soldiers. Afterward, everyone left the treasury. Standing outside the entrance, Jianchen studied the building that was completely made of refined steel. After a moment of thought, he murmured, "The treasury itself is quite valuable. Should we take it with us?" The king's eyes lit up when he heard Jianchen's suggestion. He had thought of this for a long time, but he also knew that he could not make the decision here. Now that he heard Jianchen take the initiative to take the treasury away, he immediately struck while the iron was hot. He said, "That's a good suggestion, nephew. This treasury is completely made of refined steel. It's at least 5 meters thick. Even a Heaven Saint Master would have to expend a lot of effort to break it open. This building is so large that I estimate it to be at least 1,000,000 kilograms heavy. Its value is simply inestimable. It's probably not much different from that piece of tungsten alloy. Yeah, so much refined steel is worth quite a lot of money. We can't just leave something so valuable here. We have to take it with us. Why don't we just get people to cut the treasury into smaller pieces and put them in space rings?" Ming Dong suggested. Jianchen hesitated, but he still nodded in the end. He said, "All right. Immediately get people to find the best craftsmen in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Get them to cut the treasury with their tools. Remember, name a high price." Hearing Jianchen's words, a quick-witted soldier immediately said, "Sir Imperial Protector, this subordinate will go arrange it right away." Jianchen looked at the sky and said, "It's already late. We've all worked hard for a day, so let's rest first. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow." Afterwards, everyone found a residence in the imperial palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and settled down temporarily. 200 Earth Saint Masters stood guard outside the residence with cold expressions. Even further away, there were sentries every few steps, protecting the residence layer by layer, making it impregnable. At night, a bright full moon hung high in the dark night sky, sprinkling down bright moonlight, dispersing a little of the darkness between heaven and earth. The sky was full of stars emitting specks of light, filling the sky. There were too many to count, and they were like naughty children twinkling. The night was very quiet. The moonlight tonight was very beautiful. However, it was completely silent within the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's palace. If one were to stand at a high point, one would be able to clearly discover that there were figures quietly standing everywhere within the entire palace. It was as if they were a piece of wood that did not move at all. Borrowing the bits of light that scattered down from the moonlight, one could faintly see the sparkling silver armor that they wore. Within a residence, the Gland Princess Yu Yu sat alone on a stone table in the garden. Her hands supported her chin as she stared blankly at the moon in the sky. Her face was blank and no one knew what she was thinking about. "Princess Yu Yu, why are you still admiring the moon so late at night? Can't you sleep?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. Jianchen had appeared behind Princess Yu Yu at some point in time, speaking with a smile on his face. Tonight, Jianchen had changed into a long black robe. Under the cover of the night, it was as if he had completely blended into the darkness. One could easily overlook his existence if they were not paying attention. Jianchen's voice came without warning, startling Princess Yu Yu, who was staring blankly at the moon. It caused her entire body to tremble violently. Princess Yu Yu stood up from the stone bench and turned around to glare at Jianchen with a face full of hidden bitterness. She said coquettishly, "Can't you make some noise? You came up behind me without a sound and gave me a big fright." Hearing this, Jianchen chuckled and cupped his hands. Sorry. I've startled the princess." Hearing how Jianchen addressed her, Princess Yu Yu frowned slightly and complained, "Changyang Shoten, you're still calling me princess?" Jianchen was slightly stunned, but immediately reacted and said, "Okay, then I'll just call you Yu Yu from now on." Princess Yu Yu seemed to be very satisfied with Jianchen's answer. Her face carried a faint smile as her pair of beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Jianchen's handsome and resolute face. She said softly, "It's so late, could it be that you can't sleep?" Jianchen gently shook his head. He walked to the stone bench opposite Princess Yu Yu and sat down. He sighed softly. I don't have the habit of sleeping anymore. It's just that there's a problem that's been troubling me for a long time. I haven't been able to find a good solution, so I came out for a walk to relieve my boredom. Princess Yu Yu sat back down on the stone bench and stared at Jianchen with infatuation in her beautiful eyes. She said, "What's troubling you so much? If it's convenient, can you tell me? Let me help you think of a solution." "It's about the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." Jianchen sorted out his thoughts and continued, "Right now, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's matters are almost all settled, but there's still a mess left. Right now, I'm thinking about how to deal with this mess. If the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom loses its ruler, then the entire kingdom will definitely fall into internal strife. Some sects and clans with some strength will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to rapidly expand their territory. When that time comes, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom will be filled with the flames of war, and it will definitely affect the innocent citizens." Princess Yu Yu thought for a while and said, "Changyang Shoten, you're right. Right now, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is being suppressed by the Qin Empire's army, so the other powers and clans don't dare to make any moves. However, when the Qin Empire's army retreats, they will have nothing to fear. There's an extremely high possibility that things will develop into the situation you mentioned. However, it's not difficult to solve this problem." "Do you have any good ideas?" Jianchen asked. "Haven't you ever thought of controlling the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom?" Princess Yu Yu asked. Jianchen shook his head and said, "Of course I've thought of this idea, but it's not suitable. This is because behind the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, there's a power called the Dragon and Tiger Sect watching. The Dragon and Tiger Sect is very strong, and they don't even fear the Qin Empire. If we send people to control the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, let's not talk about whether the citizens of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom will accept it. Just the Dragon and Tiger Sect alone is a very big headache. They will definitely interfere. Furthermore, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is too far away from our kingdom of Jessen, so it's not easy to contact them. Thus, it won't be that easy to control the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. After all, we don't have the strength of the Qin Empire. Since that's the case, let's just disband the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. We'll divide the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom into several pieces and then give them to those clans and sects with a certain amount of strength. At the same time, we'll have them swear allegiance to the Qin Empire and become a peripheral power of the Qin Empire. This way we can avoid conflicts between them, and at the same time, we can prevent the Dragon and Tiger Sect from taking the opportunity to reorganize the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom." Princess Yu Yu's brain was much sharper than Jianchen's. She quickly thought of a seemingly good plan. Jianchen muttered to himself for a while, and carefully thought about the plan Yu Yu suggested. In the end, a happy smile gradually appeared on his face as he said, "This plan isn't bad. Not only can we make the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom disappear, we can also control the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom through those powers. Moreover, we can make the Dragon and Tiger Sect fear us. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Not bad, not bad. It looks like I made a very wise choice to come out tonight." A sweet smile appeared on Princess Yu Yu's face when she heard Jianchen's praise. To her, being able to resolve Jianchen's problems was an extremely blissful thing. "Yu Yu, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. I'll carry out this plan tomorrow morning. I think it will succeed." Jianchen looked at Yu Yu with a smile. Chapter 505. On the morning of the second day, Jianchen sat boldly in the main seat of the largest hall in the imperial palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. To his left and right sat Qin Wuming, Qin Wujian, Kafir, and Yi Ming, all of whom were Heaven Saint Masters. Below them stood 2 rows of elites from the Eastern deity Sword Legion. Every single one of them possessed the strength of an Earth Saint Master. At this moment, the 10 imperial advisors from the Qin Huang Kingdom brought the 7 captive experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom into the main hall. They stopped in the middle of the hall and quietly stood behind the 7 captive experts. Although they didn't say anything, the pressure they gave the 7 captive experts was so great that they found it hard to breathe. Over 20 Heaven Saint Masters were gathered in the hall, but not a single one of them said a word. The atmosphere in the quiet hall seemed to be rather oppressive. Although the 7 captives of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were captives, they were still Heaven Saint Masters after all. A sense of pride flowed through their bones, so they all held their heads high and looked straight at Jianchen with complicated expressions. In the conversation between Jianchen and Hu Ba of the Dragon Tiger sect, he had already revealed his identity. These words were coincidentally heard by the few of them, so the few survivors from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom clearly knew Jianchen's identity. Although they found it hard to believe, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to accept it or not. Jianchen calmly stared at the 7 captives of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. He did not release any pressure to intimidate them. He sat there like an ordinary person. After a long while, he finally broke the heavy atmosphere in the hall. Of the 15 captives of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, only the 7 of you are left. Jianchen's tone was very calm. The 7 experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom didn't say anything. The only reason they surrendered was because they didn't want to lose their lives in vain. After all, the enmity between the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and the Jessen Kingdom didn't have much to do with them. They were all implicated because of it, and they were afraid of offending Jianchen and losing their lives. The imperial advisor of the Qin Huang Kingdom was not someone they could afford to offend. Just this identity alone was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Previously, they only dared to go against the Qin Huang Kingdom because they had the support of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Now that the Dragon and Tiger sect had retreated, they did not dare to rely on their own strength to go against the Qin Huang Kingdom because that would only lead to death. Seeing that they did not speak, Jianchen continued, "Do you all know why I called you here? Please enlighten us, Sir Imperial Protector." One of the captives clasped his hands respectfully. He did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. "Now that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom has been occupied by us, I will tell you the truth. I will not leave the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom behind. This name must disappear from the Tianyuan continent. Moreover, to prevent the sect of Dragon and Tiger from taking over, I will disband the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom as well." Jianchen stopped there and paid attention to the reactions of the 7 captives. As expected, the expressions of the last few experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom changed. They looked at each other and their expressions were filled with worry. However, none of them dared to say anything. "The 7 of you should belong to different factions, right?" Jianchen continued. This time, the 7 captives hesitated before one of them said, "Sir Imperial Protector is correct. The 7 of us do belong to different sects and clans. Have the 7 of you thought about your future plans? Do you choose to perish or continue to live?" Jianchen asked. "I hope Sir Imperial Protector can point out a path for us to survive," one of the captives said expressionlessly. Begging for mercy in front of a young man who was only in his 20s made them feel rather embarrassed. However, they had no choice but to lower their heads under someone else's roof. "All right, then I will tell you my plans. I hope everyone can cooperate." With that, Jianchen pulled out a map from his space ring and tossed it to the 7 captive. He said, "Next, I will divide the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom into 7 regions for the 7 of you to control. Each of you will be in charge of a region. From today onwards, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom will no longer exist on the Tianyuan continent. It will only be under the jurisdiction of the 7 of you." Hearing this, the 7 experts all revealed expressions of disbelief. There was surprise, doubt, and suspicion. They all understood how vast the territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was. If the entire kingdom's territory was divided into 7 regions for them to govern, then their sphere of influence would directly expand by several times. To them, this was absolutely a huge surprise. Although the clans and sects they belonged to were peak organizations in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, they did not truly control a lot of territory because there were a total of 15 experts in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Moreover, under the purposeful arrangements of the king, every single one of their clans was limited to either a famous mountain with beautiful scenery or a city. It was very difficult for them to expand outward. However, Jian Chen's actions seemed like he was basically giving them a free meal, allowing them to strengthen their own organization. However, the 7 captives were all shrewd people. They knew that Jian Chen would not give them such a free meal for no reason, so they basically guessed what Jian Chen was thinking in a single moment. "Sir Imperial Protector, do you want the 7 of us to submit to you by doing this?" one of the captives asked. Jian Chen chuckled. "You're only half right. That's right. How can I give you such a great benefit for no reason, especially when you tried to become enemies with the Qin Empire before?" Jian Chen's last sentence caused the expressions of the 7 captives to change once again. However, before they could say anything, Jian Chen continued, "Let's not talk about the previous matter for now. Now I'll talk about my plans. My request is very simple. I want the 7 of you to work for the Qin Empire. Swear loyalty to the Qin Empire and become external members of the Qin Empire. What do you think of this request?" Although Jian Chen really wanted them to swear loyalty to him, he did not have enough power to intimidate the Dragon and Tiger sect with his current strength. As a result, he could only tie the 7 captives to the Qin Empire. Only then would the Dragon and Tiger sect be wary of attacking him. Otherwise, he really was afraid that the Dragon and Tiger sect would interfere and reunite the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom as soon as he left. Moreover, making the 7 captives swear loyalty to the Qin Empire was no different from directly swearing loyalty to Jian Chen. After all, his identity as the Imperial Protector was not just for show. It was just that to the Dragon and Tiger sect, the Qin Empire was clearly much more intimidating than the Imperial Protector, who was only a Heaven Saint Master. Alright, I agree. From today onwards, the Cloud sect will swear loyalty to the Qin Empire and work for the Qin Empire. The Bukasana clan is willing to swear loyalty to the Qin Empire. The Shilua clan is willing to swear loyalty to the Qin Empire. Chapter 506. Their reactions were all within Jian Chen's expectations. After all, this was a great opportunity to establish ties with the Qin Empire. As long as they weren't idiots, they wouldn't give up on such a rare opportunity. From now on, the 7 of you belong to the Qin Empire. Find a way to spread this news. If the sect of Dragon and Tiger still comes looking for trouble, then you'll be making an enemy out of the Qin Empire. The Qin Empire won't just sit by and watch, Jian Chen said. Yes. The 7 experts replied in unison. You can all disperse. I've already divided the areas on this map for the 7 of you to govern. When the 7 of you return, immediately begin cleaning up. As for what to do, I don't think I need to tell you. Jian Chen gently smiled. We know what to do. Don't worry, Imperial Protector. We definitely won't disappoint you. The 7 people solemnly swore. After the 7 experts from the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom left, Jian Chen looked at Qin Wuming and said, General Qin Wuming, I wonder if my actions will cause any trouble for the Qin Empire? Hearing that, Qin Wuming chuckled and said, Imperial Protector, you're looking down on my Qin Huang Kingdom too much. Although the sect of Dragon and Tiger is quite powerful, other than a single saint ruler, none of the other experts are worthy of our Qin Huang Kingdom's attention. Our Qin Huang Kingdom is vast and has many vassal kingdoms, so we don't lack Heaven Saint Masters. As for the saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger, there's no need to worry too much. Unless he has the ability to contend against the 4 Imperial Protector of my Qin Empire, he won't go against my Qin Empire over such a small matter. Jian Chen completely relaxed after hearing Qin Wuming's words. He had been rather worried about whether this would cause trouble for the Qin Empire, but now it seemed like he had worried too much. After all, the Qin Empire had 4 saint rulers. Moreover, it was unknown whether there were other saint rulers hidden in the shadows. With such great power, there really weren't many organizations on the Tianyuan continent that dared to offend the Qin Empire. Jianchen was in a very good mood now that the matter had been resolved perfectly. He stood up from his throne and said, "Everyone, let's disperse. We're not in a hurry to return. We'll stay here for a few days and deter the other organizations of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. It'll be convenient for the 7 of them to take control of their own territories as soon as possible." After the crowd dispersed, the news that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was about to disband also spread throughout the imperial city, causing everyone who heard the news to feel incomparably shocked. Following that, this news spread to the entire territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom at an unimaginable speed. For a moment, all sorts of flying magical beasts used to transmit information filled the sky, spreading the news to every region of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. With the speed at which the news spread, the entire Heavenly Eagle Kingdom knew about this matter in less than a day. The reactions of the commoners and organizations varied when they received the news. After a moment of shock, the commoners calmed down very quickly and continued with their lives. In their eyes, as long as they could continue living on the Tianyuan continent, it did not matter whether the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom existed or who ruled it. Most of them acted like it did not matter to them and did not care about it at all. Of course, there were a small number of patriots who were deeply attached to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. They even solemnly declared that they would not care if the kingdom lived or died. They were extremely dissatisfied with the Qin Empire's actions, but there were only a very small number of people like that. They were unable to cause much of a stir. As for the large and small organizations, they all did the same thing without exception. They all called back all the people who were scattered outside and began to form factions, preparing for a grand scheme to fight for territory. This was because they could all see that the dissolution of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was an extremely rare opportunity for them. If they did not use this opportunity to recruit people and expand their organizations, they would not have another chance like this once the situation stabilized. Moreover, even the city lords' estates of quite a few cities had taken part in this. A few cities that boasted of their strength had already planned on becoming kings of their own territories, attempting to swallow up some of the weaker cities in the surroundings and establish a new kingdom. In short, once the news of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom disbanding spread, it completely disrupted the original balance of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, causing the atmosphere in the kingdom to become extremely tense. Although everything was still very calm, anyone with brains knew that this was only the calm before the storm. However, before these large and small powers could completely erupt into conflict, another shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. This piece of news was like a bucket of cold water splashed over their heads, instantly extinguishing the flames of desire that burned fiercely in their hearts. The Bukasana clan, the Shilua clan, the Blood Moon mercenaries, the Heaven and Earth sect, the Luofeng Mountain, the Earthly Blaze School, and the Profound Weight School announced at the same time that they would take over all the territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. At the same time, they would submit to the Qin Empire and pledge their loyalty to the Qin Empire. Currently, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom still had 7 surviving experts, and these 7 experts belonged to these 7 organizations. Without any exaggeration, these 7 organizations were fully deserving of being the strongest existences in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Once these 7 organizations interfered in the struggle for territory, the other clans would not have the slightest chance to make a comeback because they simply did not have the power to fight against a Heaven Saint Master. Moreover, these 7 organizations had the support of the Qin Empire behind them. This caused the 7 organizations to become undefeatable existences in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance that existed in the hearts of the clans. This piece of news caused the originally tense atmosphere in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom to return to its former calm. This was because everyone understood that although the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had been dissolved, it was still under the rule of the Qin Empire. It was just that the method of management had changed, but the binding force was even stronger than the original order of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. What was certain was that even if a new Heaven Saint Master appeared in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom in the future, their status would still not be able to threaten the 7 organizations. This was because the 7 organizations had the support of the Qin Empire behind them. As long as they did not lose the protection of the Qin Empire, the positions of the 7 organizations would be unshakable. The fact that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom would be divided into 7 territories had already become an indisputable fact. When the last 7 experts of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom returned to their clans and sects, they immediately began to move. They mobilized all of their forces to take over the territories that belonged to them. Because they had the support of the Qin Empire behind them, the matter of the 7 organizations reorganizing their territories was carried out very smoothly. All of the clans and sects that originally belonged to the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom announced their allegiance to the 7 organizations, or directly became their subordinate clans. This allowed the 7 organizations to take over the entire territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom in less than 3 days. Amongst them, the one that benefited the most was the Blood Moon Mercenary Group. Aside from a Heaven Saint Master who could act as a front, the Blood Moon Mercenary Group had the fewest Earth Saint Masters among the peak organizations of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. As a result, although the Blood Moon Mercenary Group could be called a peak organization of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, they were at the bottom of the hierarchy. In the past, they could only occupy a second-grade city and rule over a mountain. It was very difficult for them to expand outward. But now, Jianshan's order had basically helped the Blood Moon Mercenary Group expand their influence, allowing them to control a 1/7 of the entire territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom in an instant. Compared to before, their scale had increased by more than 10 times. This caused the leader of the Blood Moon Mercenary Group to be extremely excited. It had already been 4 days since the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had split apart. In the original Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the treasury, which was completely forged from refined steel, had been cut into ruins by thousands of craftsmen. The original 3-story building had been reduced to 2 stories. The entire 3rd story of the treasury had been cut into countless 1-meter square pieces of iron, which were then stored into the spatial rings of the soldiers of the Eastern deity Sword Legion. As for Jianshan, ever since the division of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, he had completely handed over the remaining matters to the 7 great organizations to handle. He no longer interfered and only placed his army here to suppress the situation, forming a deterrent. As a result, he had spent the past few days rather leisurely. He was only waiting for the situation to completely stabilize before preparing to withdraw his army and return to the kingdom of Jessen. At this moment, Jianshan was leisurely playing chess with Princess Yu in the garden. Ever since that night when Princess Yu had helped Jianshan think of a way to deal with the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the two of them had unknowingly become much closer. At the very least, they were no longer as cold as before. At this moment, Xiaotian hurriedly walked in front of Jianshan and said with a serious expression, "Imperial Protector, things are not good. Qin Wutian, who went to the Sunset Kingdom to capture the second prince, has returned. He's injured." Hearing this, Jianshan's expression changed. He no longer cared about playing chess and turned to look at Xiaotian, asking, "What exactly happened?" Qin Wutian was ambushed and is heavily injured. Moreover, the 100 elite troops that left with him also suffered quite a few losses. Xiaotian said in a heavy tone, his expression very ugly. This was a public challenge to the dignity of the Qin Empire. Jianshan's heart sank slightly. He immediately stood up and asked solemnly, "Where is Qin Wutian?" "In the discussion hall." Jianshan bid farewell to Princess Yu and hurriedly left, hurrying to the discussion hall. Chapter 507. Looking at Qin Wutian's wretched appearance, Jianshan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He said solemnly, "What exactly happened? What happened?" "Imperial Protector, we were ordered to go to the Sunset Kingdom to chase after the second prince. In the end, we found the second prince in one of the Sunset Kingdom cities. Just as we were bringing him back, we were stopped by 4 powerhouses from the Dragon Tiger sect. They injured me and saved the second prince. Although the 100 elite soldiers I brought with me did not die, almost all of them were heavily injured." Qin Wutian said weakly, "Preposterous, this Dragon Tiger sect must have eaten the guts of a leopard. It looks like they want to make an enemy out of our Qin Empire. We can't just let this matter go. We must make the Dragon Tiger sect pay the price. We can't forgive the Dragon Tiger sect. The Dragon Tiger sect's actions are clearly not putting our Qin Empire in their eyes. They are provoking our Qin Empire." Hearing those words, the few imperial advisors were all infuriated, as if they were angry lions. The Dragon Tiger sect's actions had completely enraged them. "We must get justice for this matter. Whoever left that palm print on Tian Er's body will have an arm." Qin Wuming was also incomparably enraged as he said solemnly, "Father is right. Whoever injured Big Brother will have an arm." Qin Wujian said sternly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Qin Wuming looked at Jianshan and said, "Imperial Protector, let us go to the Dragon Tiger sect. This matter concerns the dignity of our Qin Empire. We can't just let it go like this." "That's right, Imperial Protector. This matter concerns the dignity of our Qin Empire. Not to mention a mere Dragon Tiger sect, even if they are one of the 8 great nations, we must get justice. Our Qin Empire is not a place that just anyone can bully." One of the imperial advisors said righteously. Jianshan said, "Everyone is right. We must seek justice for this matter. We cannot easily forgive the Dragon and Tiger sect." Jianshan paused slightly. He looked at Qin Wutian and said, "Qin Wutian, go heal first. I'll get people to gather all the Radiant Saint Masters in the royal capital." Qin Wutian nodded and didn't say anything. Then, he left with the help of the 2 soldiers. After Qin Wutian left, Jianshan looked around and said, "Now, let's discuss how to deal with the Dragon Tiger sect. I wonder if anyone has any good plans?" For the sake of a mere second prince, the Dragon Tiger sect actually dares to oppose our Qin Empire. It looks like they must have something to rely on. They don't fear our Qin Empire at all. Otherwise, the second prince's identity must be special. He's not as simple as we imagine him to be. Chao Kachin analyzed. "That's right. This idea is the same as Old Man's. However, I don't think the Dragon Tiger sect wants to become enemies with our Qin Empire. They should be targeting the second prince. Otherwise, those 100 elite soldiers wouldn't have ended up with only heavy injuries. With the strength of their 4 Heaven Saint Masters, killing 100 Earth Saint Masters shouldn't be a difficult matter." An imperial advisor said, "No matter what their goal is, we should pay them a visit. In short, we must get back our dignity. We don't want others to look down on our Qin Empire." Jianshan pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? Once Qin Wutian's injuries are healed, we'll immediately pay a visit to the Dragon Tiger sect and see what their stance is." "Alright, let's do that. If there's a need, we can even ask the esteemed Imperial Protector to uphold justice," Qin Wutian said in a heavy voice. Afterwards, everyone dispersed. At the same time, all the Radiant Saint Masters in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom were invited into the Imperial Palace to treat Qin Wutian's injuries. However, Radiant Saint Masters were extremely precious on the Tian Yuan continent. They were also extremely few in number. In such a large imperial city, there were only a dozen or so Radiant Saint Masters. Moreover, they weren't very powerful. The strongest one was only at the 4th step. With Qin Wutian's injuries, it would be very difficult for him to recover in less than 2 days. After leaving the discussion hall, Jianshan directly went to the room where the king of the kingdom of Jessen rested. At the same time, he called the two Heaven Saint Masters, Kafir and Yi Ming, over. The four of them sat down at a table. Jianshan said, "We've had a conflict with the Dragon Tiger sect. We'll be heading to the Dragon Tiger sect soon. Your Majesty, you should return to the Kingdom of Jessen with the army tomorrow morning. Changyang Shoten, let me and Yi Ming go with you to the Dragon Tiger sect. Although our strength can't compare to the imperial protectors of the Qin Empire, we can still help out a little." Kafir said. "That won't do. Principal, you and Senior Yi Ming should return with His Majesty. This time, the 10 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire, as well as the 3 Qin Wuming and his sons, will all go to the Dragon Tiger sect to seek justice. The army cannot be without a Heaven Saint Master." Jianshan rejected Kafir's suggestion without hesitation. Although the army of the Qin Empire couldn't possibly encounter any danger, it was still necessary to take precautions. Moreover, Jianshan planned to call Ming Dong and the rest back, so safety had to be guaranteed. "All right, then we'll be responsible for protecting the army as they return." Kafir understood Jianshan's worries and didn't say anything else. Seeing Jianshan's solemn expression, the king had already guessed that the matter of the Dragon Tiger sect would be a little troublesome. He worriedly asked, "Nephew, is the matter of the Dragon Tiger sect serious?" "Your Majesty, don't worry. The Dragon Tiger sect is very strong, but they can't be compared to the Qin Empire. This time, they have offended the dignity of the Qin Empire. The Qin Empire won't just sit by and watch. If there's a need, the saint ruler of the Qin Empire will probably interfere as well," Jianshan said without a care. After grasping the origin energy of the sword spirits, Jianshan no longer feared any Heaven Saint Master. The only one he truly feared was the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect. Hearing the words saint ruler, Kafir and Yi Ming both sucked in a cold breath. This level of strength was already far beyond their comprehension. Although they were only a single realm away from a saint ruler, the gap between them could never be bridged. It was like comparing an ant to an elephant. There was even an old saying in the Tian-Yuan continent, "Below the saint ruler level, all are ants." This is no longer something we can interfere with. Yi Ming sighed. Sigh. Kafir sighed and muttered, "Back in the day, the first principal of the Kargath Academy was a saint ruler. It's a pity that the old principal was a wanderer who loved to wander the world. I don't know where he went these past few years, and there hasn't been any news of him for several hundred years. If the old principal was willing to take charge of the Kingdom of Jessen, then the Kingdom of Jessen would have soared a long time ago." The next morning, the army stationed in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was ready to leave. The million-strong army had already gathered in an empty area outside the imperial city. They were only waiting for the order to set off. "Jianshan, you must be careful," Ming Dong said to Jianshan with a serious expression. They all knew that Jianshan's group was going to deal with the Dragon Tiger sect, so they were all worried about Jianshan. Jianshan chuckled, "Why are you so serious? It's not like we're never coming back. Don't forget that I'm representing the Qin Empire. The Dragon Tiger sect won't dare to do anything to us." At this moment, Yu removed an accessory from her body. After a moment of hesitation, she personally put it on Jianshan. She said softly, "Changyang Shoten, this is a longevity lock that my mother left me. It can keep me safe. I'm giving it to you now. I hope you can take good care of it." Yu's face was a little red, but she still personally put the longevity lock on Jianshan's neck. Jianshan smiled awkwardly. He placed the longevity lock on his neck under his clothes and felt the residual warmth from the longevity lock. It made Jianshan's heart sway. "I'll definitely take good care of this longevity lock." Jianshan looked at Princess Yu with a smile and said solemnly. This was the first time a girl had given him something, and it was even a personal item. "Xiang'er, once you're done with the Dragon Tiger sect, come back as soon as possible. The reconstruction of Changyang Prefecture should be completed soon. You're an important person." Without you, the opening ceremony of Changyang Prefecture won't be able to continue, Changyangba said. I know, father. Once I'm done with the Dragon Tiger sect, I'll return, Jianchen replied. After bidding farewell to everyone, the million-strong army of the Kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire began to depart. Apart from Jianchen, Qin Wuming, and the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, everyone else returned to the Kingdom of Jessen with the army of the Qin Empire. Only a small group of around 100 elites were left behind to guard the national treasury. They were responsible for supervising the craftsmen who were cutting up the treasury. Jianchen watched the army leave before returning to the imperial palace. However, the huge imperial palace was now empty. There was not even a shadow to be seen. It gave off a lonely feeling. Only the sound of craftsmen cutting through steel could be heard from the direction of the national treasury. It added a sense of liveliness to the empty imperial palace. The next day, Qin Wutian's injuries were healed by a radiant Saint Master. The group did not stay for even a moment and immediately set off for the Dragon Tiger sect. The Dragon Tiger sect was located in a large mountain, and it was very close to the Sunset Kingdom. It was an area without borders, and the area within a radius of 100 miles was not under the jurisdiction of any kingdom. It was completely the territory of the Dragon Tiger sect. The sect of Dragon and Tiger had already existed for several thousand years. The name of the sect was no secret in the region. Many people knew of its existence, but only a very small number of experts knew that it was a peak organization with saint rulers. Chapter 508. After flying for a day and a night, Jianchen and the other 14 experts finally arrived at the mountain where the Dragon Tiger sect was located. They then landed in front of the mountain gate. Dragon Tiger sect's people in charge quickly come out. As soon as they landed, the Eastern Deity Sword Legion's vice commander, Qin Wuming, shouted. His voice was as loud as rolling thunder, reverberating through the mountain range and resounding through the entire world. Perhaps because they knew that the experts from the Qin Empire would come to cause trouble, the Dragon Tiger sect had already made arrangements. Just as Qin Wuming finished speaking, more than 10 experts flew out from inside and faced the people from the Qin Empire with a distance of 20 meters. There were a total of 16 people who came out from the Dragon Tiger sect. Aside from the 10 experts who had appeared in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom a few days ago, there were 6 unfamiliar faces. They were a middle-aged couple, 2 middle-aged men who looked like they were husband and wife, and the other 2 were old men who were over 70 years old. You must be from the Qin Empire. An old man wearing a purple robe cupped his hands and said to the crowd. His face was expressionless, and his tone was very calm. That's right, we are from the Qin Empire, the Dragon Tiger sect. A few days ago, not only did your sect's experts kidnap the criminals we wanted to capture, they even injured my son. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to start a war with the Qin Empire? Qin Wutian stared at the people from the Dragon Tiger sect and shouted loudly. Dragon Tiger sect, you must give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, the Qin Empire and your sect can only fight, Qin Wujian said in a deep voice. After hearing the 2 people's words, the old man wearing a purple robe smiled indifferently and said, Everyone, please calm down. I am the sect leader of the Dragon Tiger sect, Chris. I already know about the matter that happened a few days ago. It was actually a misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding is this? Dragon Tiger sect's people, don't even think about shirking your responsibility. Our people from the Qin Empire were injured by you. Tell me, how should we solve this matter? Qin Wujian shouted sternly. Even though he was causing trouble in front of the Dragon Tiger sect, he was not afraid at all. This was because they had the support of the Qin Empire behind them. Qin Wutian took a step forward and stared at the people from the Dragon Tiger sect with a gloomy expression. He said in a deep voice, And the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. This person is a fugitive that the imperial protector of the Qin Empire wants to capture. Your people actually kidnapped him. It's obvious that you want to go against the Qin Empire. The sect leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Chris, did not get angry. He had a faint smile on his face as he said, "Our Dragon and Tiger sect has offended many people a few days ago. Chris, would like to apologize to everyone. However, the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom has a special status. Because his mother is a member of the Dragon and Tiger sect, the second prince is considered an internal member of our Dragon and Tiger sect. He is not an outsider. Of course, he cannot be taken away by the Qin Empire." Although sect leader Chris's tone was very gentle, the meaning behind his words was clear. As long as one was a member of the Dragon and Tiger sect, the Qin Empire did not have the qualifications to take them away. This included the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. When the people from the Qin Empire heard the hidden meaning behind sect leader Chris's words, their expressions became very ugly. "Sect leader Chris, what do you mean by that?" This time, the person who spoke was Xiao Tian. There was an unconcealable anger in his voice. "Haha, I don't mean anything else. It's just that the second prince is a member of our Dragon and Tiger sect. Our Dragon and Tiger sect naturally has to protect him. Regarding this matter, there's no need to be so overbearing. Although our Dragon and Tiger sect is not as strong as the Qin Empire, we are not that easy to bully. As for the matter of injuring you a few days ago, I have already apologized to everyone. Moreover, I can see that your injuries have already completely healed. It seems that your injuries are not that serious. It's not that big of a deal." Chris's tone was calm. Although his words could be considered polite, he did not care about the people from the Qin Empire at all. He only wanted to say a few words of apology to settle the matter of injuring Qin Wutian a few days ago. Your Dragon and Tiger sect is dreaming. How can my brother's injuries be settled with just a few words from you?" Qin Wujian said angrily. "Then, how do you plan to settle this matter?" Chris looked at Qin Wujian. Qin Wujian extended 2 fingers and said, "2 conditions. First, hand over the second prince. Second, we will take the arm of the person who injured my brother." A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the sect leader of the Dragon Tiger sect, Chris, when he heard these words. His originally warm expression gradually turned somewhat gloomy as he flatly said, "Impossible." Chris's attitude was extremely firm and there was no room for discussion. Jianchen coldly snorted and took a large step forward. He said arrogantly, "So, this matter cannot be settled through discussion. Since that's the case, then we just need to see if we can use your brilliant moves. People of the Qin Empire, you've gone too far. Do you really think that there's no one in our Dragon and Tiger sect who can stop you?" A middle-aged man standing behind Chris angrily shouted. "What do you mean by going too far? It was clearly you who came looking for trouble with us first. If you didn't provoke us, then why would we come looking for trouble with you?" Qin Xiaofan said loudly. "There's nothing more to say about this matter. Then, let our Dragon and Tiger sect experience the brilliant moves of the Qin Empire's imperial advisors," a middle-aged man said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his saint weapon and charged at an imperial advisor. Following the middle-aged man's actions, the other experts of the Dragon and Tiger sect did not just stand by and watch. They all joined in the battle. For a moment, a total of 30 Heaven Saint Masters were fighting in front of the Dragon and Tiger sect. As the two sides clashed, the shock waves of energy continuously exploded. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were destroyed. The energy storm created by the battle of 30 Heaven Saint Masters was extremely powerful. The thick tree trunks in the surroundings were directly turned to dust. Large craters also appeared on the ground. Just as the battle erupted, a transparent barrier silently appeared in front of the sect of Dragon and Tiger. It enveloped the entire base of the sect of Dragon and Tiger, preventing them from being affected by the shockwaves from the battle. The barrier seemed weak, but when the shock waves from the attacks of 30 Heaven Saint Masters struck it, the barrier did not even shake. Within the Dragon and Tiger sect, several thousand disciples had already been alarmed by the commotion outside. They all stood high up and watched the brilliant battle in the distance. Due to the barrier's protection, they did not need to worry about being affected by the shockwaves of the battle. Everyone fought from the ground to the sky. Jianshan fought against 3 people by himself. The people who surrounded him were the Dragon and Tiger sect's sect master, Chris, and vice sect master, Hu Ba, as well as an old man who was over 70 years old. The 3 of them were extremely powerful. Hu Ba and the old man were 5th cycle Heaven Saint Masters. The sect master of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Chris, was a 6th cycle Heaven Saint Master. He had already reached the peak of the Heaven Saint Master realm, and his battle prowess was shocking. Facing 3 experts by himself, Jianshan did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately used the origin energy of the Azure and Violet Sword Spirit. This was his greatest reliance. The 3 of them had all taken the initiative to find Jianshan. It was very obvious that Hu Ba had already told them about Jianshan's identity. This allowed Chris and the old man to know how powerful the origin energy of the Azure and Violet Sword Spirits was, so they did not make direct contact with Jianshan. They were only responsible for keeping him busy and creating opportunities for the third person to attack Jianshan from behind. Chapter 509. Purple light flickered in the sky as Jianshan's body was surrounded by 2 gorgeous lights, one purple and one green. Because Jianshan's attack speed was just too fast, the origin energy of the sword spirits had already formed a curtain of light around him. Although Jianshan had lost his saint force, causing his attack speed to become much slower, his body had already been refined by the 3 strands of chaotic force and was much stronger than before. Even without the support of saint force, he was able to display a speed that was not any slower than before just by using the strength of his body. Although Chris, Hu Ba, and Hu Ba were stronger than Jianshan, they knew that the strange energy in Jianshan's hand could not be touched, so they did not dare to touch it with their saint weapons. This caused the 3 of them to feel extremely sullen, unable to use their full strength. However, what made them feel like vomiting blood was that when their saint weapons were about to slash at Jianshan, the origin energy of the sword spirits would always appear from all directions at the crucial moment and slash at their saint weapons without any fear, forcing them to give up on attacking and dodge with all their strength. Otherwise, they would only be able to endure the injuries caused by their saint weapons. Seeing that the 3 of them were unable to do anything to Jianshan after such a long time, the 3 of them felt a little frustrated. Soon after, the sect leader of the sect of Dragon and Tiger and the old man yelled out in unison and used their battle skills at the same time to slash at Jianshan. The 2 saint weapons emitted a blinding light as they tore through the sky with lightning speed, bringing with them a pressure that seemed to come from the heavens as they slashed at Jianshan. Feeling the pressure on his body, Jianshan's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he sneered, "You want to hurt me with a mere earth-tier battle skill? Whoosh! Search!" As he spoke, Jianshan instantly thrust out his sword twice, dispersing the 2 battle skills. Following 2 loud explosions, the powerful shock waves contained within the earth-rank battle skills erupted, forming an energy storm that engulfed the 4 of them. Jianshan's body suddenly lit up with dazzling cyan light. He used his mind to control the power of the wind element to the limit. The rich power of the wind element wrapped around his entire body, creating a strong wind around him. With a flash of azure light, the surging wind elemental energy forcefully propelled Jianshan through the incoming energy storm. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan had arrived before the sect master of the sect of Dragon and Tiger, Chris. With a wave of his right arm, the origin energy of the sword spirits formed a dense net of swords in front of Jianshan, enveloping Chris within. Chris' expression drastically changed as he immediately retreated at full speed. He did not want to clash with Jianshan head-on. Right now, the other two from the Dragon-Tiger sect had been blown several dozen meters away by the energy storm that had just erupted. They could not care about this at all. Jianshan knew that this was the perfect opportunity to take them down one by one. Obviously, he would not let this opportunity slip by. He immediately closed in and chased after Chris. Although Chris was a 6th cycle Heaven Saint Master, he did not possess Saint Force of the Wind element. In terms of speed, he was unable to surpass Jianshan. Furthermore, the two of them were extremely close before, so Jianshan caught up in an instant. The sky was filled with cyan and purple light that covered every inch of space in front of him, leaving him with no room to retreat. Then let me, Chris, experience it. Let's see if this mysterious energy is as powerful as Huba said it was. A sharp light flashed through Chris' eyes. He no longer retreated as he swung his huge sword at Jianshan with all his strength. Chris' huge sword pierced through the sword images in front of him like a hot knife through butter. He did not encounter any obstruction at all. However, just as his huge sword approached Jianshan's chest, a clear sound rang out. Ding! When the origin energy of the sword spirits collided with Chris's saint weapon, an inconceivable sound of metal clashing actually rang out. Although the origin energy of the sword spirits was completely condensed from energy, due to the different nature of the energy, it possessed the toughness of steel. Chris's expression changed the moment the voice sounded. Immediately, a mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, unable to be suppressed. Although Chris was a 6th cycle Heaven Saint Master, his saint weapon was connected to his master's life. As a result, when his saint weapon was damaged, no matter how powerful the master was, he would still be heavily injured. Even saint rulers were no exception. This energy really is terrifying. Huba was right. I definitely can't clash with him head-on. Chris was secretly shocked. Only after personally experiencing the power of the origin energy of the sword spirits did he realize just how terrifying it was. However, just as this thought appeared in Chris' mind, before he could even retrieve his saint weapon, Jianshan's sword struck Chris' saint weapon twice more. Chris's body trembled violently as he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. His saint weapon had been damaged 3 times in a row, causing his injuries to worsen. Sect Master! Be careful, Sect Master! Seeing that Chris was injured, Huba and the other old man's expressions changed. They immediately flew over from afar and attacked Jianshan with all their strength in an attempt to keep Jianshan busy so that he could not deal with the heavily injured Chris. The damage of a saint weapon was much more severe than the damage of a direct attack. Chris' battle prowess had been greatly reduced, so he was no longer a concern. Jianshan did not really want to kill Chris, so he simply gave up on Chris and shifted his focus to Huba and the other old man. He used all his strength to deal with the two of them. With one less 6th cycle Heaven Saint Master, the pressure on Jianshan decreased by a lot. He completely used the origin energy of the sword spirits as a sword, using all sorts of exquisite sword move. With his mastery of the way of the sword, he quickly created an opportunity to heavily injure Huba and the other old man, causing them to vomit blood. God damn it, just what kind of power is this? It's actually so strong. Huba cursed as he coughed blood from the corner of his mouth. The origin energy of the azure and violet sword spirits made him hesitate. He had absolute strength, but he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't use it. This made him feel very sullen. At this moment, a huge pressure suddenly filled the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged in the sky. A fierce wind whistled through the sky, leaving behind an ear-piercing whistle. Above everyone's head, a thick layer of dark clouds quickly formed, blocking out the light from outside and causing the sky to lose its color. Heaven-tier battle skill! Jianshan cried out in surprise. He suddenly turned his head to look not far away. He saw that Qin Wuming, Qin Wutian, and Qin Wujian were using their heaven-tier battle skills at the same time. The heaven-tier battle skills that the three of them used were all the same, so when the three of them were used at the same time, they actually seemed to resonate with each other. They faintly showed signs of fusing with each other, causing the power of the heaven-tier battle skills to skyrocket. Don't think that you're the only ones with heaven-tier battle skills. Our Dragon Tiger sect doesn't lack heaven-tier battle skills either. An expert of the Dragon Tiger sect angrily said. Soon after, a huge aura was emitted from his body. He had also used a heaven-tier battle skill. After this middle-aged man, another 3 experts of the Dragon Tiger sect also used their heaven-tier battle skills. Although their heaven-tier battle skills did not have the same effect as Qin Wuming and his 2 sons, with 4 against 3, even if they could not gain the upper hand, they could still maintain a tie. Seeing this scene, the expression of the Dragon Tiger sect's sect leader, Chris, changed. He immediately cried out, "No, quickly stop!" When the 7 heaven-ranked battle skills collided, the power that erupted would be shocking. It could easily destroy a mountain range, and this place was in front of the Dragon Tiger sect's mountain gate. Although the mountain gate was protected by a barrier and would not be in too much danger, this mountain range would not be spared. Once the mountain range was destroyed, the Dragon Tiger sect, which would lose its foundation, would also collapse. This was definitely not what Christian wanted to see. It was a pity that both sides were already enraged by what had happened before. How could they care about so much? Even though Chris tried to stop them, it was already too late. Jianshan's expression became rather heavy. He immediately retreated several kilometers away. At the same time, with a thought, the earth elemental energy in the surroundings rapidly condensed. In the end, it condensed into a set of earth-yellow armor on his body. When 7 heaven-tier battle skills collided, the power was definitely countless times greater than when a single person used them. Even Jianshan could not help but be careful. Although the armor condensed from the earth elemental energy was no different from a piece of paper in front of a heaven saint master, it could at least protect his clothes and prevent him from ending up in a miserable state. Moreover, this gave Jianshan an additional layer of protection because he did not have saint force to protect his body like the others. At this moment, the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire and the other experts of the Dragon and Tiger sect all stopped fighting. They all distanced themselves from the Qin father and son duo. At the same time, saint force surged out of their bodies, forming a protective barrier around them. They were prepared to withstand the powerful shockwaves from the 7 heaven-tier battle skills. Just as everyone was preparing to defend themselves, the 7 heaven-tier battle skills were also prepared. With a furious roar, they struck their opponents at the same time. The powerful energy actually cut through space, causing tiny pitch-black cracks to appear. The space within a radius of several dozen meters violently fluctuated. In an instant, the 7 heaven-tier battle skills collided. However, what happened next made everyone's eyes widen. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A total of 7 heaven-tier battle skills collided, but there was actually no movement at all. Not even the slightest shockwave was emitted. In particular, the powerful energy of the 7 saint weapons actually disappeared in an instant. This scene made everyone feel extremely shocked. It's a barrier! There's a barrier between them! A cry of surprise rang out. Hearing that, everyone's gazes immediately focused on the 2 sides. As expected, a transparent barrier had appeared at some point in time, separating the Qin father and son trio from the 4 experts of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Not only that, but it had also absorbed all the energy from the 7 saint weapons. Seeing this scene, everyone, including Jianshan, gasped. At this moment, everyone understood without even thinking. The saint ruler hidden within the Dragon and Tiger sect had taken action. However, what they could not accept was that a saint ruler was actually so powerful. The heaven-tier battle skills used by 7 heaven saint masters were actually unable to do anything to a barrier created by a saint ruler. Moreover, all the energy had been absorbed. Is this the strength of a saint ruler? Jianxin's heart was in turmoil. In the past, he had guessed the strength of a saint ruler more than once. Although he understood that a saint ruler was a very powerful existence, he never would have thought that they were actually so terrifyingly powerful. Chapter 510. Old Sect Master, it's the Old Sect Master. Looking at the barrier between them, the sect leader of the Dragon-Tiger sect, Chris, had an excited expression on his face. He could not help but cry out in surprise. When the saint rulers hidden in the Dragon and Tiger sect made their move, the experts of the Dragon and Tiger sect were pleasantly surprised. This disaster could finally be avoided. Once the 7 saint rulers' heaven-tier battle skills burst out, the mountain range would definitely be destroyed, and the Dragon and Tiger sect would also collapse due to the loss of its foundation. Although it wouldn't cause too many casualties to the Dragon and Tiger sect, it would still be an extremely humiliating matter for them if their sect was destroyed. The old sect master is just too powerful. He didn't even show himself and just used a barrier to stop 7 Heaven Saint Masters from using a Heaven-tier battle skill. Is this the strength of a Saint Ruler? The difference between him and a Heaven Saint Master is actually so great. The pale-faced and heavily injured Huba stared blankly at the barrier as he muttered to himself. The old sect master of the Dragon and Tiger sect usually cultivated in seclusion in the back mountains and wouldn't appear in front of anyone. Although many people knew that the Dragon and Tiger sect had a saint ruler expert, no one had seen the saint ruler's appearance in the past few hundred years, let alone seeing a saint ruler personally take action. This was the first time Huba had seen a saint ruler expert take action since he was born. Seeing that their old sect master had been alarmed, the experts of the Dragon and Tiger sect were naturally the most excited. In their opinion, as long as their old sect master appeared, no matter how big the matter was, it would be easily settled. After all, this was a saint ruler expert. Even the Qin Empire had to take him seriously. On the other hand, the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, Qin Wuming, and his sons all had extremely grim expressions. However, they didn't show any fear. The saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect taking action was within their expectations. Disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect, all of you come back. At this moment, an old voice rang out. It was impossible to tell where it came from. The voice was very calm, but it was even louder than thunder. Yes, old sect master. The dozen or so powerhouses of Dragon and Tiger sect turned into docile children and immediately walked into the sect not too far away. Chris, Huba, Mozaini, the 3 of you stay behind. The voice of the Dragon and Tiger sect's old sect leader rang out again, stopping the 3 of them. Hearing this, the 3 of them were stunned. They immediately stopped and obediently stood where they were without saying a word. They didn't even dare to ask. On the other hand, the vice-sect master of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Huba, revealed an extremely excited expression. He never thought that the old sect master of the Dragon and Tiger sect would actually know his name. To him, it was as if having his name known by the old sect master of the Dragon and Tiger sect was an extremely glorious thing. The people from the Qin Huang kingdom stood to one side silently. Against a saint ruler, they felt a little restrained. They were not as calm as when they faced the Heaven Saint Masters from the sect of Dragon and Tiger. As for Jianxin, ever since he saw Chris, Mozaini, and Mozaini being held back by the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect, his heart sank slightly. He had already realized that the situation was probably not good. This was because the 3 people who were held back were the ones whose saint weapons had been destroyed by the origin energy of the sword spirits. At the same time, they were also the ones who were the most heavily injured. The saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect just happened to have them stay behind. Could it be that he wanted to support the 3 of them? Very soon, the experts of the Dragon and Tiger sect returned to the sect. They stood within the barrier and observed the situation outside. At this moment, the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect spoke again. People of the Qin Empire, You actually dare to attack my dragon and tiger sect. Do you think that my dragon and tiger sect is so easy to bully? Towards the end, the originally gentle voice became rather stern. Senior of the dragon and tiger sect, this matter was completely instigated by your dragon and tiger sect. Let's not talk about what happened in the heavenly eagle kingdom for now. Let's talk about what happened a few days ago. We were ordered to capture a fugitive from the heavenly eagle kingdom, but when we were escorting the fugitive back, we were ambushed by the experts of your dragon and tiger sect. Not only did you save the fugitive from the Qin Empire, you even heavily injured my son. Senior, please give us an explanation for this matter, Qin Wuming said righteously. Nonsense. What fugitive from the Qin Empire? The second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom was originally a member of my dragon and tiger sect. How could he be imprisoned by the Qin Empire? Moreover, the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is already under the control of my dragon and tiger sect, so it's my territory. Your Qin Empire has interfered with my dragon and tiger sect's territory and even imprisoned my people. What kind of logic is this? The vice sect master of the dragon and tiger sect, Hu Ba yelled. Xiao Tian sneered. He's clearly a prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. When did he become a member of your dragon and tiger sect? As far as I know, there's no relationship between the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom and your dragon and tiger sect. That's right. It's true that Carlo is the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, but his mother is the great-granddaughter of the sect master of the dragon and tiger sect, Chris. Therefore, the second Prince Carlo can be considered a direct descendant of the dragon and tiger sect. He's not an outsider. As for the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, the king has already handed it over to our dragon and tiger sect, so it's already our territory. This time, it was Mo Zini who spoke. Although he was heavily injured, his tone was still full of energy. Seeing that the two sides were going to continue arguing, the Saint King of the Dragon and Tiger sect said, "All right, stop arguing." Once the Saint King spoke, whether it was the people of the Dragon and Tiger sect or the people of the Qin Empire, they obediently shut their mouths. They dared to reason with the Saint King, but they didn't dare to contradict him. The Saint King's voice sounded again. Since the second prince of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom is a member of my Dragon and Tiger sect, we can't let him be taken away by the Qin Empire for such a trivial matter. People of the Qin Empire, you've already made a ruckus and fought, so this matter ends here. As for the matter of my Dragon and Tiger sect injuring your people, we'll use the territory of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom as compensation. Alright, you can all leave. Hearing this, the expressions of the people of the Qin Empire became very ugly. Although the Saint King hidden in the Dragon and Tiger sect spoke amiably, his way of doing things was extremely tyrannical. Not only did he want to protect the second prince, he also wanted to push the responsibility of the Dragon and Tiger sect away completely. As for the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, it already belonged to the Qin Empire. What difference would it make if they gave it away or not? Could it be that the Dragon and Tiger sect still dared to fight for territory with the Qin Empire? At this time, the Saint King hidden in the Dragon and Tiger sect spoke again. Since the matter between my Dragon and Tiger sect and the Qin Empire has been settled, then let's talk about the three of them. Their saint weapons have been damaged. Although they can be repaired, their vitality will be greatly damaged because of this. The brat who injured them, you should give my Dragon and Tiger sect an explanation. Jianchen was furious. He shouted in a deep voice, "What kind of explanation does Senior want me to give?" The 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, as well as Qin Wuming and his 2 sons, all changed their expressions. Jianchen was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. For the mighty imperial protector of the Qin Empire to give an explanation for injuring 3 experts of the Dragon and Tiger sect, this was basically a slap to the face of the Qin Empire. A mere heaven saint master dares to talk back to me? The hidden Saint King was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared around Jianchen, trapping him like a prison. The barrier had been personally cast down by a saint ruler. It was countless times stronger than the barriers that Jianchen had seen in the mercenary tournament. Even if a heaven-tier battle skill were to be used by a heaven-tier Saint Master, they would not be able to break through the seemingly weak barrier. The people of the Qin Empire all became furious when they saw that Jianchen had been trapped by the barrier. Xiao Tian immediately yelled out, "Senior, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to become enemies with my Qin Empire? Your dragon and tiger sect is far too arrogant. Do you want to start a war with my Qin Empire?" The people of the Qin Empire all spoke with righteous indignation. They were extremely angry at the actions of the saint ruler of the dragon and tiger sect. If it were not for the fact that the opponent was a saint ruler, they would have attacked him long ago. Jianchen was also infuriated. Although he feared the strength of a saint ruler, he was not a coward who would not dare to say anything. He immediately used the origin energy of the sword spirits and stabbed at the barrier without any hesitation. Jianchen was not certain that the origin energy of the sword spirits would be able to break through a barrier cast down by a saint ruler. He was only trying his luck this time. Poof! However, when the origin energy of the sword spirits struck the barrier that had trapped Jianchen actually shattered. The barrier that could block the heaven-tier battle skills of 7 Heaven Saint Masters was like a balloon that had been pierced by a needle. This scene stunned the 13 experts of the Qin Empire and the 3 people of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The saint ruler who was hiding in the darkness let out a soft sound of surprise. He was clearly very shocked that Jianchen could pierce through his barrier. After a moment of silence, the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect spoke again. "Brat, just what kind of power is this? Tell me how to obtain this power and old man will let you go." The origin energy of the sword spirits was so powerful that even the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect became greedy. "Don't even think about it," Jianchen said without any fear. "You're courting death." The saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect was enraged. He actually caused the energy in the sky to violently fluctuate. A vast pressure came from the depths of the Dragon and Tiger sect, directly pressing down on Jianchen. Seeing that the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect was about to make a move, Xiaotian's expression greatly changed. He hurriedly said, "Stop. This is the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire. Don't tell me you want to make a move on the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire?" The pressure that filled the sky quickly dissipated. The vast energy storm that had filled the sky also gradually calmed down. Xiaotian's words had stopped the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect from making a move on Jianchen. Because of the Imperial Protector's special status in the Qin Empire, the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect could injure the Qin Empire's Imperial Protector if he had a reason. However, if he injured the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire, then he would completely fall out with the Qin Empire and become their enemy. "This brat is the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire?" the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect asked. He clearly didn't dare to believe Jianchen's identity. That's right. Jianchen is indeed the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire. His status was appointed by the 4 respected Imperial Protectors of the Qin Empire. The person who spoke was Qing Xiaofan. He directly revealed to the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect just how great Jianchen's status in the Qin Empire was. This time, the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect remained silent for a very long time. Although Jianchen was only a Heaven Saint Master, his status as the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire clearly made him feel extremely fearful. This was because he understood that if this matter wasn't handled properly, then all 4 saint rulers of the Qin Empire would be alerted. "You can all leave." After a while, the saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect finally spoke. Hearing this, Jian Chen and the people from the Qin Huang kingdom looked at each other with gloomy faces. Shortly after, they nodded slightly and left the place together. Everyone knew that since the saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger had appeared, there was no reason for them to continue staying here. They could only return to discuss their next step. Chapter 511. However, just as everyone rose into the air, the voice of the Dragon-Tiger sect's Saint King came from the horizon again. Although you are the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, you have offended the old man. If I don't teach you a lesson, others will think that the old man is easy to bully. As he spoke, the space behind Jianchen began to distort violently. An extremely powerful energy wave came at a rapid speed and hit Jianchen's back hard. Although Jianchen could feel the sneak attack coming from behind, he couldn't dodge at all. This was because the space around him suddenly froze, fixing his body in place. He couldn't move at all. Pooh! Jianchen was hit hard in the back by this extremely powerful energy wave, causing him to immediately spit out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale in an instant. Then, the frozen space around him disappeared and returned to normal. Jianchen's body also shot forward like a cannonball due to inertia. In the end, his entire body hit a mountain 500 meters in front of him. With the sound of rocks breaking, Jianchen smashed a large hole in the mountain, and his entire body sank into it. Due to the violent impact, the entire mountain trembled a few times. From this, one could see how powerful the impact was. Imperial Protector. The 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, Qin Wuming, and his sons all cried out in alarm. Then, they quickly approached the mountain. In the end, Xiaotian entered the large hole created by Jianchen and helped the pale-faced Jianchen out. At this moment, Jianchen was completely draped over Xiaotian. He could not even do something as simple as standing up. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. After vomiting over a dozen mouthfuls of blood, tiny strands of blood continuously flowed out. The clothes on his upper body had already vanished. They had been reduced to dust by the extremely powerful energy. Not a single piece of cloth could be seen. They had completely vanished. Jianchen's injured back had been reduced to a bloody mess. Not a single piece of undamaged skin could be found. It seemed vicious and terrifying. His organs had all been ruptured. Even his bones and meridians had been shattered. A casual strike from a saint ruler possessed enough power to tear apart the world. Even though Jianchen's body had been tempered by chaotic force, he was still as fragile as tofu before a saint ruler's attack. He could not take a single hit. Imperial Protector, are you all right? Consume a radiant spirit pill, Qin Wuming asked in concern. At the same time, he took out a few radiant spirit pills from his space ring and fed them to Jianchen. Although the radiant spirit pills were nowhere near enough to heal Jianchen's wounds, they could at least stabilize Jianchen's condition for now and prevent it from worsening. Jianchen violently coughed a few times. Large amounts of blood mixed with bits of organs spurted out of his mouth. Not only did it dye the ground red, but bits of organs were scattered everywhere as well. Jianchen slowly broke free from Xiaotian's support. He sat on the ground powerlessly as he gasped for breath. He had temporarily lost the ability to speak due to his severe injuries. It was as if his throat was stuck, preventing him from saying a single word no matter what. The faces of the people from the Qin Empire became extremely sunken when they saw how severely Jianchen had been injured by a saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Their eyes were cold as powerful killing intent flickered in them. Although they were not as close as brothers with Jianchen, Jianchen was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. He represented the face of the Qin Empire. The fact that a saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger had beaten the imperial protector of the Qin Empire to such a state was basically a vicious slap to the face of the Qin Empire. It was humiliating. This saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger has gone too far. We can't just let this go like this, Qin Wutian said through gritted teeth. He was extremely furious. We have to make the sect of Dragon and Tiger pay the price for this. Let's return to the Qin Empire and report this to the four esteemed Imperial Protector. This concerns the face and prestige of the Qin Empire. The Imperial Protector definitely won't just sit by and watch, Qin Xiaofan said. That's right. We have to get the Imperial Protector to come out no matter what. If we don't get back our dignity, how will the Qin Empire stand on the Tianyuan continent in the future? How will we be able to call ourselves one of the 8 great nations? Qin Wujin said with a deep voice. Although they were very close to the sect of Dragon and Tiger, everyone was furious. They were not afraid of the saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger overhearing their conversation. Qin Wuming said, "Let's leave this place first. We'll discuss our next move on the way." Alright, let's leave this place first. The Imperial Protector is heavily injured and can't travel any further. Let me take him back, Xiaotian said. Xiaotian supported the heavily injured Jianchen and used the Yuan Qi of the world to carry Jianchen's body and the people from the Qin Empire into the air. Because everyone was worried that the saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger would attack Jianchen again, they protected Jianchen in the center as they left. They knew that Jianchen was very important to the Qin Empire. After all, he was a future saint ruler, so they protected him very well. 2 days later, the people from the Qin Empire returned to the imperial palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Although they had been gone for a few days, the palace was still as quiet as it had been a few days ago. Only the sound of workers cutting up the treasury could be heard. Without the permission of the Qin Empire, no organization dared to enter the imperial palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. Jianchen had already been sent to a room by Xiaotian to rest in the imperial palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. He currently lay on the bed powerlessly while the 13 experts of the Qin Empire stood to one side with heavy hearts. "I need to use a secret technique to heal. All of you leave. Don't disturb me while I'm healing," Jianchen said rather weakly. The 13 experts of the Qin Empire all left, leaving Jianchen alone in the room and closing the door. After leaving Jianchen's room, the 13 imperial scholars of the Qin Empire sat around a round table in the living room. After a moment of silence, Qin Wuming said, "Qin Xiaofan, you have wind saint force, so you're faster than all of us. You'll go to the Qin Empire and report what happened here to the Imperial Protector. No matter what, you have to regain some face." "No problem. There's no time to lose. I'll go now." With that, Qin Xiaofan immediately stood up. "Wait." Qin Wuming took out a map from his storage ring and handed it to Qin Xiaofan. "The closest place to us is the Great Zhou Country, which has a space gate. The location of the Great Zhou Country is marked on this map. Go to the Great Zhou Country and borrow their space gate." Qin Xiaofan took the map and gave it a cursory glance. Then, he put it away and left the place. After Qin Xiaofan left, Qin Wuming looked around and sighed. "Let's just wait here for news. The saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect isn't someone we can deal with. Let's wait for the Imperial Protector to arrive first." Afterwards, the 12 experts of the Qin Empire stayed in the palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. However, they were all afraid of disturbing Jianchen's recovery, so they left the palace to Jianchen alone. The 12 of them each found a palace to live in, surrounding the palace in the center to protect it. In the room, Jianchen weakly lay on the bed. When he sensed that the 12 experts of the Qin Empire had left, he began to use his mind to control the Radiant Saint force in the surroundings to heal himself. Now that Jianchen was a Class 6, Radiant Saint Master, the Radiant Saint force he could control was many times more powerful than before. Not long after, the dense Radiant Saint force filled the entire room, filling up Jianchen's rather large room. Everything was white as far as the eye could see. The light was extremely dazzling, but it also gave off an extremely gentle feeling. Even if one looked directly at the light, which was even brighter than the sun, they would not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, their eyes would feel extremely comfortable. Lying on the bed, Jianshan's entire body was enveloped by dense radiant saint force. It could be clearly seen that the radiant saint force around him was surging into Jianshan's body at an extremely fast rate. Jianshan's body was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. It did not reject anything that came in, constantly absorbing the radiant saint force like a whale sucking in water. Under the healing of the radiant saint force, Jianshan's wounds healed at a visible rate. His shattered organs began to slowly regenerate as well. Even his broken meridians, bones, and flesh began to regenerate at a visible rate. However, Jianshan's current body was several dozen times tougher than before after being refined by chaotic force. As his body strengthened, the healing process became even more difficult. It was no longer as easy as before because the Radiant Saint Force required an even greater amount of Radiant Saint Force to heal after being refined by chaotic force. Jianshan understood his body's condition extremely well. He felt extremely helpless inside. After being refined by chaotic force, his body had indeed become much tougher than before, but once he was injured, the healing process would become even more difficult. It would no longer be as easy as before. At the same time, Jianshan was certain that if he continued to be refined by chaotic force, it would become more and more difficult for the Radiant Saint Force to heal him. In the end, the Radiant Saint Force might even become ineffective. Chapter 5:12. Jianshan used his Radiant Saint Force to heal for an entire day. In the end, he had no choice but to stop because he had used up too much of his spirit. However, by this time, he had already mostly recovered. Although he wasn't completely healed, at least it didn't affect his movements much. Afterward, Jianshan sat on the bed with his legs crossed. He faced the sky and began to heal his soul. This was the first time he had used such a method to heal his soul ever since he had become a Heaven Saint Master. After a day of recovery, Jianshan's spirit finally returned to its peak condition. He then continued to use Radiant Saint Force to heal himself. This repeated for 5 days until Jianshan's spirit was finally healed. He then changed into a clean set of clothes and walked out of the palace. As soon as Jianshan stepped out of the palace, the 12 experts of the Qin Empire rushed over. They had been guarding Jianshan for the past few days. Jianshan's palace was also under their surveillance, so they discovered Jianshan as soon as he walked out. The 12 experts arrived in front of Jianshan. Seeing his rosy complexion, they were all shocked. Shao Tian roared, "Imperial Protector, have you completely healed?" Jianshan nodded, "Yes, I've completely healed. I used a Radiant Spirit Pill and a secret technique, so my recovery is extremely fast." The secret technique Jianshan spoke of was obviously referring to Radiant Saint Force. However, due to the uniqueness of Radiant Saint Force, other people would not be able to sense it unless they were also Heaven Saint Masters. As a result, the 12 experts from the Qin Huang Kingdom did not notice Jianshan's blatant use of Radiant Saint Force to heal his injuries. Imperial Protector, Qing Xiaofan, has already returned to the Qin Empire to ask the 4 ancestors for help. Let's wait here for a few days. I'm sure they'll come very soon. When that time comes, we'll go to the sect of Dragon and Tiger and have a good talk with them, said Qin Wuming. Alright, then let's wait here for a few days. I definitely won't let the matter of the sect of Dragon and Tiger go just like that. Jianshan's eyes flashed with a vicious light as he reached the end of his sentence. Of course. The Imperial Protector's talent is extraordinary. He's basically the greatest person in the history of the Tianyuan continent. His battle prowess is shocking as well. It's difficult for him to find an opponent at the same level of cultivation. He's truly the strongest person below Saint Ruler. Once the Imperial Protector breaks through to Saint Ruler, why would he fear a mere Saint Ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger? Although the Saint Ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger has been famous for a long time, he's not necessarily the Imperial Protector's opponent, Tian Luo said seriously. After spending so much time with Jianshan, The 5 imperial protectors who had followed Jianchen to the kingdom of Jessen had a very clear understanding of Jianchen's strength. Even 2 5th Cycle Heaven Saint Masters and a 6th Cycle Heaven Saint Master from the sect of Dragon and Tiger had been defeated by Jianchen. Just how many people below Saint Ruler on the Tian Yuan continent could do something like that? Moreover, Jianchen had easily destroyed a barrier cast down by a Saint Ruler at the entrance of the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Among Heaven Saint Masters, who could do something like that other than Jianchen? On the day that Jianchen recovered, Qing Xiaofan arrived in the Great Zhou Empire as well. After he revealed his identity as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, the attitude of the king of the Great Zhou Empire towards him immediately underwent a drastic change. He was filled with enthusiasm. Although the Great Zhou Empire was extremely far away from the kingdom of Jessen and the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, what had happened there was just too great of a commotion. Even the distant Great Zhou Empire received the news and understood that the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, which was not much weaker than the Great Zhou Empire, had been destroyed by 500,000 elites and over a dozen experts from the Qin Empire. The world had personally witnessed the power of one of the 8 great kingdoms on the Tian Yuan continent. After learning that Qing Xiaofan was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire and that he had gone to the Qin Empire through a space gate, the king of the Great Zhou Empire no longer had any doubts about Qing Xiaofan's identity. He did not even ask for anything that could prove his identity, immediately allowing Qing Xiaofan to go to the Qin Empire through the space gate. After returning to the Qin Empire, Qing Xiaofan hurried back to the imperial palace with lightning-like speed. He then made his way to the Qin Heavenly Hall. There were a total of 5 Qin Heavenly Halls in the imperial palace of the Qin Empire. Every single one of them was the personal residence of an imperial protector. They were the 5 halls of the highest status in the imperial palace of the Qin Empire. Even the residence of the king of the Qin Empire could not compare to them. Qing Xiaofan directly arrived before one of the Qin Heavenly Halls. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he was stopped by the guards outside. "Please wait, Imperial Protector. Without the permission of the Imperial Protector, no one is allowed to enter," the guard captain said to Qing Xiaofan extremely politely. Qing Xiaofan nodded and said, "Please inform the Imperial Protector that I have something very important to report. This matter concerns the reputation of the Qin Empire and the Imperial Protector of the Jianchen." Hearing this, the guard captain also knew the severity of the matter. He said with a serious expression, "Please wait a moment, Imperial Protector. I will immediately inform the Imperial Protector." After saying this, the guard captain personally ran into the hall. Soon, the guard captain ran out of the Qin Heavenly Hall and said to Qing Xiaofan, "Imperial Protector, please come in." Qing Xiaofan cupped his hands and took a deep breath. He tidied his clothes and walked into the Qin Heavenly Hall with large strides. "The Imperial Protector invites you. Imperial Protector Qing Xiaofan, please follow this servant." As soon as Qing Xiaofan entered the Qin Heavenly Hall, he was stopped by a maid. He then followed behind her. Not long after, the two of them stopped in front of a room. The door was tightly shut and the maid didn't push it open. Instead, she stood outside the door and said respectfully, reporting to the Imperial Protector, "Imperial Protector Qing Xiaofan has been brought here. You may leave." A gentle voice came from inside the room. The voice was full of energy. From the voice, one could vaguely tell that it was a middle-aged man who spoke. "Yes, this servant will take her leave." The maid bowed at the door and then left quietly. Qing Xiaofan pays his respects to the Imperial Protector. After the maid left, Qing Xiaofan also bowed at the door. He was extremely respectful because the person in the room was a sage ruler, a supreme existence. "Qing Xiaofan, what do you have to report?" The tone of the person in the room was still very gentle, giving off a kind and amiable feeling. It was completely different from the sage ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect. Sir Imperial Protector, the situation is like this. Next, Qing Xiaofan recounted everything that had happened, especially when he said that the Dragon Tiger sect was so arrogant that they didn't put the Qin Empire in their eyes. His expression was filled with unconcealable anger. In the end, the sage ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect still attacked Jianchen, even though he knew that Jianchen was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. Chapter 513. After hearing Qing Xiaofan's story, the imperial protector in the room became somewhat angry. He said, "The Dragon and Tiger sect knew that Jianchen was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, yet they still dared to attack him. They're basically going against the Qin Empire. Qing Xiaofan, you did the right thing. If the Qin Empire wants to maintain its prestige for 10,000 years, we won't let anyone who dares to challenge the Qin Empire go. You can leave now. I'll discuss this matter with the three of them." "Yes, Lord Imperial Protector. Qing Xiaofan will take his leave now." Qing Xiaofan bowed respectfully towards the room and then retreated with light steps. Right after Qing Xiaofan left, the tightly shut door suddenly opened. A middle-aged man in a white robe slowly walked out of the room. The middle-aged man looked to be no more than 40 years old, but he had a head of white hair. His white hair was unadorned and casually draped behind his back, like a silver-white waterfall pouring down. The middle-aged man's face was resolute. His pitch-black eyes were as deep as the vast starry sky, as if there was a world hidden within them. Just from his gaze, one could see a boundless world. This middle-aged man was one of the Qin Empire's imperial protector, Qin Yunlong. Qin Yunlong was a member of the Qin Empire's royal family. He had been the king of the Qin Empire for more than 1,000 years, but he had abdicated a long time ago. Ever since he broke through to the Saint King realm, he had been living in seclusion in the Qin Heaven Palace, rarely going out. After Qin Yunlong left the room, he directly walked out of the Qin Heaven Palace. When he passed by the central hall, he saw a few maids sitting there chatting idly. As maids of the Qin Heaven Palace, their status was undoubtedly the highest in the Qin Empire. This was because they didn't have much to do in the Qin Heaven Palace. Their main job was to clean for a living. This was because the imperial protector spent all his time cultivating in seclusion in his room. Unless something major happened, he would never come out. In fact, they might not even hear the imperial protector's voice for decades. When Qin Yunlong silently walked past the maids, they immediately stopped talking. They all stared blankly at Qin Yunlong with their eyes wide open. They had actually forgotten the most basic etiquette of bowing. Although they had stayed in the Qin Heaven Palace for many years, they had never seen the imperial protector before. Very few people had come to the palace in the past few years apart from the maids, because not just anyone could enter. Even the guards outside didn't dare to set foot in the Qin Heaven Palace unless they had something extremely important to report. The maids were immediately stunned when they saw a middle-aged man walk past them. They were unable to react for a short period of time because they had never seen a stranger appear in the Qin Heaven Palace ever since they had arrived. Qin Yunlong did not care about the maids' reactions. He directly walked to the door. When he approached the door, it actually silently opened by itself. Only when Qin Yunlong had vanished did the maids return to their senses. One of them softly cried out, "Heavens! He can't be Sir Imperial Protector, right?" The other maids paled in a single moment when they heard that. "I never thought that Sir Imperial Protector would actually come out. Oh no. We actually didn't bow earlier. Isn't that disrespectful to Sir Imperial Protector? Once Sir Imperial Protector blames us, we'll be sentenced to death." Outside the Qin Heavenly Palace, the Imperial Guard captain, who was guarding the entrance, was stunned when he saw Qin Yunlong come out. However, his expression immediately changed. He immediately knelt on one knee and said loudly, "Greetings to Lord Imperial Tutor." The captain's voice was extremely emotional. He had guarded the Qin Heaven Palace for over 100 years. The last time he had seen Qin Yunlong was over 50 years ago. Moreover, he understood extremely well that the person before him was the supreme saint ruler of the Tian Yuan continent. Greetings to Sir Imperial Protector. When the captain called out Sir Imperial Protector, the other guards around the Qin Heaven Palace learned of Qin Yunlong's identity and all knelt down to greet him. There's no need for formalities. Rise. Qin Yunlong gently raised his hands and the hundreds of imperial guards felt as if there was an invisible force pushing their bodies up from their knees. Qin Yunlong moved through the palace. He seemed to be walking step by step, but each step would cross several dozen meters. He arrived at another Qin Heaven Palace very soon. When Qin Yunlong squeezed his way into the Qin Heaven Palace, there were already 3 old men sitting at a table waiting for him. The 3 old men all had white hair and ruddy complexions. Apart from that, there was nothing special about them. They seemed extremely ordinary, just like ordinary old men. To the side, a few maids nervously poured tea for the 3 old men. Qin Yunlong did not greet them. He directly walked to the table and sat down. "Old Qin, why have you called the 3 of us here?" one of the old men asked. His voice was very loud, just like a loudspeaker. Qin Yunlong thought for a moment and said, "It's mainly about Jianchen." Afterwards, Qin Yunlong told the 3 old men everything he had heard from Qing Shaofan. "I think I've heard of the sect of Dragon and Tiger. They've been around for several thousand years. Their saint ruler only broke through to saint ruler 1,000 years ago. According to what I know, the sect of Dragon and Tiger only has one saint ruler. I never thought that they would dare to oppose our Qin Empire." One of the old men said, "Humph, a mere saint ruler dares to offend our Qin Empire? It looks like our Qin Empire's 1,000 years of peace have caused some sects to look down on us." Qin Yunlong said, "How do the 3 of you plan to deal with this matter? Jianchen's talent is extraordinary. Reaching Heaven Saint Master at such a young age is simply unprecedented. Moreover, he's even entered the sacred land. Breaking through to Saint Ruler in the future won't be a problem. There's even a high chance that he'll become a holy emperor. That's why he's extremely important to our Qin Empire. Since the Saint Ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger dares to make a move against him, we can't just sit by and do nothing. Otherwise, Jianchen might have a bad opinion of us." "That's right. Regarding the matter of the Dragon and Tiger sect, whether it's to protect the reputation of our Qin Huang kingdom or to seek justice for Jianchen, we must personally go. I wonder who is willing to go?" An old man said. Qin Yunlong smiled faintly. "I'm a member of the Qin Empire's imperial family. This matter concerns the reputation of our Qin Empire. Of course I can't stay out of it. Harry will go with me." "All right, it's best if the 2 of you go together. Even if the sect of Dragon and Tiger has outside help, it's nothing to worry about. When will the 2 of you leave? There's no time to lose. Let's go now." Afterwards, Qin Yunlong and Harry summoned Qing Shaofan. Under Qing Shaofan's lead, they left the Qin Empire's imperial palace through a space gate. In the center of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom's imperial palace, there was a fist-sized hole in the plaza. There was a fist-sized crystal inside. At this moment, the plain crystal suddenly shone with a myriad of colors. Afterwards, the space above it began to ripple slowly. In the end, it gradually condensed into a 3-meter-wide gate. As soon as the space gate formed, Jianchen and the 12 experts of the Qin Empire sensed it. They immediately rushed out of the palace and stopped in front of the space gate in the blink of an eye. Through the completely stabilized space gate, they could clearly see the scene inside. It was the familiar imperial palace of the Qin Empire. Qing Shaofan and the 2 imperial protector of the Qin Empire walked out of the space gate. Afterwards, the space gate behind them slowly disappeared. "Greetings to Lord Imperial Protector." The 12 experts of the Qin Empire all bowed. They were all seniors of the Qin Empire, so they all recognized the 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire. Jianchen curiously studied the middle-aged man and old man who had come with Qing Shaofan. Although he knew that they were saint rulers, he did not feel too excited. This was because he had seen many existences at this level already. First, it was the dozen or so elders of Mercenary City, then it was the mother of the White Tiger, Rum Guinness, and then it was Uncle Shio and the Ape King of the Spiritual Apes. They were all hermits at the Saint Ruler realm. After seeing so many saint rulers, Jianchen gradually became numb. He was no longer as excited as when he first met a saint ruler. The two saint rulers of the Qin Empire both stared at Jianchen. The old man smiled faintly. "You must be Jianchen." Jianchen clasped his hands and said, "I am indeed Jianchen. Greetings to the two seniors." "Jianchen, there's no need to be so polite. I am Qin Yunlong, the 173rd king of the Qin Empire. The person beside me is Harry. Although he's not from the Qin Empire, he's my best friend." Qin Yunlong smiled faintly. He treated Jianchen as an equal because Jianchen was the future pillar of the Qin Empire. Although the Qin Huang kingdom currently had 4 saint kings, a saint king's life was not limitless. Sooner or later, they would reach the end of their lifespan and die. Jianchen's impression of the two saint rulers of the Qin Empire increased greatly when he saw how friendly they were. Chapter 514. The arrival of the two saint rulers from the Qin Empire greatly boosted the confidence of Jianchen's group. They no longer feared the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Afterward, they set off once again, heading to the sect of Dragon and Tiger with the two saint rulers from the Qin Empire. A day later, Jianchen and the 13 experts from the Qin Huang kingdom once again arrived at the Dragon and Tiger sect. Looking at the buildings in the mountains once again, they no longer felt any pressure in their hearts. The pressure that the Saint King from the Dragon and Tiger sect exerted on their hearts had completely disappeared, because this time, the Qin Huang kingdom had sent 2 Saint Kings, completely suppressing the Dragon and Tiger sect. 2 esteemed guests from the Qin Empire, if you don't mind, please come to the sect of Dragon and Tiger. As soon as they approached the entrance of the sect of Dragon and Tiger, an old and calm voice rang out from within. It was the saint ruler hidden within the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Perhaps because he sensed the arrival of the 2 saint rulers from the Qin Empire, the saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger became much more reserved. A few days ago, Jianchen and the experts from the Qin Empire could not hear where the voice came from, but this time, they could clearly hear that it came from within the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Many experts from the sect of Dragon and Tiger heard the saint ruler's words. They were all shocked and walked out of their rooms. They stared at the group of people in the distance with stern faces. In particular, the sect master of the sect of Dragon and Tiger, Chris, and a few heaven saint masters from the sect of Dragon and Tiger became extremely stern. They all knew that only experts at the same level of cultivation could be called esteemed guests by the old sect master of the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Now that there were 2 of them, they immediately felt a tremendous pressure. Qin Yunlong sneered. He stared deeply at the sect of Dragon and Tiger and indifferently said, "You wait here. Harry, let's go meet the saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger." With that, the 2 saint rulers turned into 2 streaks of light and shot toward the sect of Dragon and Tiger with unbelievable speed. Wherever they passed, the space around them would slightly distort. In just an instant, the 2 experts from the Qin Empire disappeared from Jianchen's group. They moved so quickly that even Jianchen was shocked. Jianchen's group stared closely at the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Xiao Tian said, "How do you think the 2 imperial protectors should deal with this matter? Is there even a need to ask? The sect of Dragon and Tiger may be a large sect on the Tianyuan continent, but they only have 1 saint ruler. How can they be the opponent of the Qin Empire? The dignity of the Qin Empire cannot be violated. In my opinion, the sect of Dragon and Tiger will have to pay a price if they want to pass through this peacefully," an imperial advisor said. "That's right. Now that the 2 imperial protectors of the Qin Empire have personally come, If the saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger still dares to maintain his attitude from a few days ago, the sect of Dragon and Tiger is fated to be destroyed today. That's exactly what I want. It doesn't matter whether the sect of Dragon and Tiger is destroyed or not. What's important is that we're fortunate enough to witness a battle between saint rulers. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen a battle between saint rulers, Qin Wujian chuckled. Hearing that, Qin Wutian also agreed, that's right. I also hope that the saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger will be a little tougher. That way, we'll have the chance to witness the strength of a saint ruler. The two brothers' eyes were filled with anticipation. They were eager for the two experts of the Qin Empire to fight with the saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Hearing the two brothers' words, Qin Wuming's face sank slightly. He said in a low voice, "The two of you, quiet down. Is the matter of the Imperial Protector something you can discuss?" Qin Wuming clearly had a very high prestige in the hearts of the two brothers. As soon as he spoke, Qin Wutian and Qin Wujian immediately fell silent. Although the two brothers were both Heaven Saint Masters, they still did not dare to go against their father's words. After that, no one said anything. They all silently hovered in the air, as they looked at the base of the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Quite a few people had already prepared themselves to watch a good show. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. As they silently waited, time passed by. Unknowingly, an incense stick of time had passed. However, the base of the sect of Dragon and Tiger did not erupt with any signs of a battle like everyone had imagined. There was not even the slightest bit of aura. Everything seemed calm. Looking at the peaceful sect of Dragon and Tiger, Jianshan frowned slightly. This scene seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. Everyone continued to wait. Very soon, 2 hours passed. The two saint rulers of the Qin Empire finally came out of the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Seeing this, a sliver of disappointment appeared in Jianshan's eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. The way the two saint rulers from the Qin Huang kingdom had resolved this matter was very different from what he had expected. In his heart, he did not wish for this matter to be settled so easily. After all, he had been heavily injured by the saint rulers of the Dragon and Tiger sect. If it were not for the fact that his identity as the Qin Huang kingdom's imperial protector made the saint rulers of the Dragon and Tiger sect fear him, it would have been very difficult for him to leave the Dragon and Tiger sect that day. This was because the saint rulers of the sect of Dragon and Tiger had become greedy for the origin energy of the sword spirits. The two saint rulers of the Qin Empire arrived before everyone. Their complexions were very ugly. They were rather gloomy, especially Qin Yunlong. His deep eyes actually flickered with coldness. The 13 Heaven Saint Masters of the Qin Empire and Jianshan observed the two saint rulers of the Qin Empire. Their hearts sank slightly when they saw the expressions of the two saint rulers of the Qin Empire. Their faces also became stern at that moment. They all realized that the outcome of this matter was probably not very good. "Seniors, what is the outcome of this matter?" Jianshan could not help but ask. Out of everyone present, his status was the highest. Under these circumstances, he was the most suitable person to ask the question. Qin Yunlong said, "Jianshan, the enmity between you and the sect of Dragon and Tiger ends here." Jianshan's face suddenly changed when he heard that. After a moment of silence he asked, "Seniors, is the sect of Dragon and Tiger very powerful? To actually be able to make you so fearful?" Qin Yunlong shook his head and said, "That's not it. The sect of Dragon and Tiger is not a cause for concern. There is something else going on here. Jianshan, the two of us must immediately return to the Qin Empire, so we'll be taking our leave first. Farewell, seniors." Jianshan clasped his hands. "Farewell, Imperial Protector." The 13 saint rulers of the Qin Empire all bowed as well. Qin Yunlong glanced at the 13 saint rulers and said, "Assist Jianshan, Imperial Protector, in dealing with the matters here. Afterwards, return when you need to." After leaving behind these words, Qin Yunlong and Harry immediately left. Their speed was very fast. In an instant they disappeared into the horizon. They left in a hurry. Seeing the 2 saint rulers leave, Jianchen and the 13 saint rulers of the Qin Empire all had ugly expressions on their faces. From the 2 saint rulers' expressions, they could tell that something big was about to happen. Moreover, it was related to the Qin Empire. "Let's go back," Jianchen called out to everyone, then turned around and left. "Everyone, please wait." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The sect of Dragon and Tiger, Chris, flew over and stopped in front of Jianchen. Seeing that it was the sect of Dragon and Tiger, Chris, Jianchen's face immediately darkened. He coldly said, "Sect of Dragon and Tiger, what do you want from me?" If it weren't for the fact that there was a saint ruler hidden in the sect of Dragon and Tiger, Jianchen would have seriously injured Chris again. Chris smiled in a carefree manner, as if he had completely forgotten about the unhappiness from a few days ago. He cupped his hands and said, "Imperial Protector, our sect of Dragon and Tiger invites you to visit our sect of Dragon and Tiger for a moment." Hearing this, Jianchen's face changed. The 13 Qin Empire saint rulers' faces also became cold in an instant. Feeling the hostility from everyone, Chris smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. Our sect of Dragon and Tiger only wants to chat a little with the Imperial Protector to improve their relationship. We won't do anything harmful to the Imperial Protector. After all, our sect of Dragon and Tiger doesn't want to become enemies with the Qin Empire." The expressions of the 13 Qin Empire saint rulers immediately eased up. They all looked at Jianchen. If it were anyone else, they would have rejected the invitation on behalf of Jianchen. However, the person who had invited him this time was a saint ruler. Jianchen hesitated. Although he didn't know what method the sect of Dragon and Tiger had used to make the 2 saint rulers of the Qin Empire stop pursuing the matter from before, Jianchen felt much more at ease after hearing what Qin Yunlong had said before leaving. The sect of Dragon and Tiger was nothing to worry about. Thinking up to there, Jianchen felt much more at ease. He agreed to Chris' request and said, "If I don't go, people will think that I, Jianchen, am afraid of your sect of Dragon and Tiger. Whatever. Since your sect of Dragon and Tiger wants to talk to me, I'll see just what he wants to talk to me about." Jianchen turned his head to look at the 13 Qin Empire saint rulers and said, "Wait here for a while. I'll be right back." With that, Jianchen no longer hesitated and directly flew towards the encampment of the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Jianchen followed Chris to the back mountains of the sect of Dragon and Tiger. In the end, they stopped in front of a cave. "Imperial Protector, the sect of Dragon and Tiger is inside. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you," Chris said to Jianchen as he stood in front of the cave. Jianchen did not say anything. He entered the cave alone and walked 100 meters before arriving in an extremely spacious space. The space was very bright. Countless fist-sized luminous pearls were embedded in the ceiling of the cave, providing the cave with light. The interior of the cave was extremely simple. There was only a normal stone table in the center. From the thick layer of dust that had accumulated on it, it was obvious that the cave had not been cleaned in a very long time. Not only was the table like this, but even the ground was no exception. Jianchen left behind a clear footprint with every step he took. Jianchen looked around and discovered that there was actually no one in the cave. Just as he became suspicious, a sound rang out from the side. A stone door opened and an old man in black robes appeared before Jianchen. Chapter 5:15. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he saw the old man. An undetectable light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Without even thinking, he could guess that the old man was a saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger. Jianchen stood there and silently studied the saint ruler. He did not say anything, nor did he bow. Jianchen did not have a good impression of this saint ruler at all. The memory of how the saint ruler had injured him a few days ago was still fresh in his mind. The old man did not mind Jianshan's rude behavior at all. His indifferent eyes seemed to be able to pierce through space, as if he could see through all of Jianshan's secrets. He faintly smiled. No wonder you can become the imperial protector of the Qin Empire as a Heaven Saint Master. Your talent really is extraordinary, to be able to reach Heaven Saint Master at such a young age. The saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect paused for a moment. Seeing that Jianshan did not speak, he continued, breaking through from Great Saint Master to Earth Saint Master is a threshold of life and death. This threshold is also the only hurdle that exists in a cultivator's life. From Earth Saint Master to Heaven Saint Master, all one needs to do is control the energy of the world. Although this step prevents most people from reaching the peak of Earth Saint Master, stopping them from progressing for the rest of their lives, as long as one is lucky enough, they can break through this hurdle and step into Heaven Saint Master. As for breaking through from Heaven Saint Master to Saint Ruler, it's much more difficult than the previous two bottlenecks. This is because in order to become a Saint Ruler, you need to comprehend the mysteries of the world. The mysteries of the world are not as easy to comprehend as the energy of the world. Just talent alone is far from enough. On the Tianyuan continent there are countless people with great talent. It's not like there aren't people who can break through to Heaven Saint Master before the age of 50, but out of these people, there are only a handful who can truly break through to Saint Ruler. If they aren't stuck at Heaven Saint Master for the rest of their lives, then they die halfway. Jianshan slightly frowned when he heard that. He emotionlessly said, "Senior, you didn't call me here just to tell me this, right?" The Saint Ruler smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry. Listen to me first. Jianshan, I know you're the champion of this year's mercenary tournament and that you've entered the sacred land to cultivate. Although it's said that anyone who cultivates in the sacred grounds has a very high chance of becoming a Saint Ruler in the future, that's only a possibility. Just think about how long Mercenary City has existed on the Tianyuan continent. Every 50 years, a person from the mercenary tournament will be able to enter the sacred grounds to cultivate. After so many years, countless people have entered the sacred grounds to cultivate, but just how many of them have actually managed to become Saint Rulers? The Saint Ruler looked at Jianshan's expression and continued, "Jianshan, I have a scroll here. I found it in a Saint Ruler's dwelling several hundred years ago. It records the comprehension of Heaven Saint Masters to Saint Ruler. Back then, I relied on this scroll to break through to Saint Ruler. Although it's not very useful to Saint Rulers, it's a priceless treasure to Heaven Saint Masters because it records a shortcut to Saint Ruler." Hearing this, Jianshan could roughly guess what the Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect was planning. He could not help but sneer as he said, "Senior, you've said so much because you want to use this scroll to exchange for what you want from me, right?" "That's right." The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. "Jianshan, this old man can give this scroll to you for free, but the condition is that this old man wants to know the secret of your mysterious power, including the secret of how to obtain and cultivate this power." Jianshan shook his head without any hesitation and sneered, "Sorry, Senior. Please forgive me for not agreeing." The Saint Ruler was not angered. This result was within his expectations. He patiently tried to persuade him, "Jianshan, think about it carefully. Although you can become the strongest person below Saint Ruler with this power, you're still as weak as an ant before Saint Rulers. It's not a loss for you to exchange the secrets of this power for a shortcut to Saint Ruler. There's no need to think about it. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Jianshan clasped his hands. He already had thoughts of leaving. "Jianshan, if you're not satisfied with these conditions, I can add in some other things." The Saint Ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect was still unwilling to give up. He seemed to really want to know the secret of that power. Jianshan's heart sank. It was not a good thing for the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect to care so much about the origin energy of the sword spirits. Although he was worried, Jianchen did not relent. He said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Senior. No matter how valuable the exchange is, I won't reveal any secrets. Senior, you should give up." With that, Jianchen turned around and left. Although his opponent was a saint ruler, he was not afraid at all. After Jianchen left, the saint ruler's gentle face instantly turned cold. He looked at the cave where Jianchen had disappeared, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He sneered, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Following this sentence, the air in the entire cavern froze in an instant. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped flowing. After leaving the sect of Dragon and Tiger, Jianchen's mood became heavy. The saint ruler of the Dragon and Tiger sect was eyeing the origin energy of the sword spirit. To him, this was definitely a potential threat. Although he had the support of the Qin Huang kingdom and the sect of Dragon and Tiger wouldn't dare to openly attack him, he was afraid that they would secretly attack him. After Jianchen reunited with Xiaotian and the others, they all saw the change in Jianchen's expression. Someone immediately asked in concern, "Imperial Protector, the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect didn't do anything to you, right? He wants the power in my body," Jianchen said with a serious expression. Hearing that, the faces of the experts of the Qin Empire all changed. Being targeted by a saint ruler was not a good thing. They could all guess what would happen in the future. "Imperial Protector, why don't you just go directly to the Qin Empire?" In the Qin Empire, the saint ruler of the Dragon Tiger sect definitely won't dare to do anything to you, Tian Luo suggested. "Not for now. I still have many things to do here." "Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's leave this place first. Perhaps our worries are unnecessary," Jianchen said. A day later, they returned to the imperial palace of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom. As soon as they landed, a soldier in silver armor ran over from afar. He knelt on one knee in front of Jianchen and said, "Imperial Protector, the treasury has been cut. All the materials have been stored in this space ring." Jianchen accepted the space ring and checked the content. Sure enough, he found pieces of refined steel neatly stacked inside. There were so many that they formed a small mountain. Jianchen accepted the space ring and said to the soldier, "Tell everyone to gather. We're returning to the kingdom of Jessen." The matters in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had been dealt with a few days ago. The matter of the Dragon Tiger sect had also come to an end. There was no reason for them to stay here any longer, so Jianchen's group did not stay in the Imperial Palace for long. They left on the same day and returned to the kingdom of Jessen. This time they split into two groups. Jianchen and the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire flew back to the kingdom of Jessen, while Qin Wuming, his sons, and 100 elite soldiers rode on magical beast mounts and returned to the kingdom of Jessen on land. With the speed of a heaven saint master, Jianchen and the 10 imperial advisors only spent 2 days to arrive at the kingdom of Jessen before returning to Lore City. When they returned, the 500,000 soldiers of the Qin Empire's Eastern deity Sword Legion, who had left a few days earlier, had just returned. All 500,000 soldiers had gathered in a spacious area outside Lore City and set up camp. Jianchen and the 10 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire flew directly into Lore City before slowly descending to the ground outside Changyang Prefecture. The mansion in Changyang Prefecture had been completed a few days ago. It was twice as large as before and took up an entire street. However, because the most important people in Changyang Prefecture had yet to return, the opening ceremony had not been carried out. As a result, the family members and guards of Changyang Prefecture had always stayed in inns. Before the ceremony, no one dared to move in as it was a custom on the Tianyuan continent. Just as Jianchen's group descended from the sky, a group of people hurried over from afar. The people in the lead were Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian, while Changbo and a group of senior figures from Changyang Prefecture followed behind them. Changyangba felt extremely proud when he saw Jianchen being surrounded by the 10 imperial advisors. He smiled and said, "Xiang I never thought that you would return so quickly. You were only 2 hours later than us." Jianchen's expression immediately changed when he saw his parent. He went up to greet them with a smile. "Father, mother, Xiang have you dealt with the matters in the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom? Did you encounter any problems?" Changyangba asked in concern. "Yes, everything has been dealt with. Father, you don't have to worry about this matter." Jianchen smiled with a relaxed expression. He did not dare to speak about what had happened in the Dragon and Tiger sect because it would only increase the psychological burden on Changyangba and Bai Yuntian. "That's good. Xiang now that the mansion has been completed and you've returned, we'll carry out the opening ceremony in 3 days. Xiang do you have anything else to say?" Changyangba said. In front of his son, he seemed to have forgotten his rights as the head of the family and spoke to Jianchen in a completely negotiating tone. "Father, you can make the decision." Jianchen smiled. Chapter 5:16. Now that Changyang Prefecture's status in the Kingdom of Jessen was no longer the same as before, the opening ceremony naturally had to be extremely grand. All the nobles in the Kingdom of Jessen received invitations, and even the Huayun sect, which had a grudge with Changyang Prefecture, was no exception. None of the nobles who received the invitations from Changyang Prefecture refused. On the first day the invitations were sent out, many nobles arrived in Lore City ahead of time. These people were all representatives of the highest status in their respective clans. They wanted to express their respect for the Changyang Prefecture and the importance they attached to this matter, indirectly expressing their goodwill to the Changyang Prefecture. This time, not only did the Kingdom of Jessen and the Qin Empire travel thousands of miles to suppress the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, but even the neighboring kingdoms also received the news. This matter caused a huge uproar in the region and attracted the attention of all the powers. Then, they began to slowly investigate the locations where the 500,000 troops of the Qin Empire had appeared. Very soon, they came to a shocking conclusion. The reason the Qin Empire was willing to help the Kingdom of Jessen was all because of Changyang Prefecture. As a result, not only did those who received the invitations come with expensive gifts for the opening ceremony of Changyang Prefecture, even those who weren't invited came with expensive gifts. As the nobles from all over the world gathered in Lore City, the inns in Lore City welcomed the highest number of guests in history. All of the inns were filled to the brim within a single day, forcing some long-term mercenaries to set up tents in the outskirts of the city. Even the nobles who arrived late had a helpless expression when they saw that the inns were already full. In the end, they had no choice but to imitate the mercenaries and set up their tents in an empty space, temporarily inconveniencing themselves. The Changyang clan was very surprised by the number of people who had come to celebrate this time. However, under Uncle Chang's arrangements, the area for the banquet was immediately expanded to the outside of the clan, extending to the surrounding street. There were over 1,000 tables, and all the chefs in Lore City had been invited to the banquet. 3 days later, the opening ceremony of Changyang Prefecture officially began. However, this ceremony was presided over by Changyangba, and Jianchen did not appear in public. This greatly disappointed many who hoped to see the fourth young master of Changyang Prefecture. The opening ceremony of Changyang Prefecture was extremely grand, but it didn't last long. It only lasted for a day before it ended. The next day, the guests who had gathered in Lore City left the city one after another. After the opening ceremony, the people of Changyang Prefecture officially moved into their new residences. At the same time, they also recruited a group of guards from Lore City. Although Changyang Prefecture's current reputation meant that no one in the Kingdom of Jessen dared to oppose it, they still had to put on a show. In the center of the newly built Changyang Prefecture, there was the largest and most luxurious hall. This hall had been specially built for Jianchen, based on the opinions of all the elders of Changyang Prefecture. It was Jianchen's personal palace. Not only was it extremely luxurious, even the decorations inside could only be described as resplendent. At this moment, Jianchen, Yu, Mingdong, Qinji, Dugufeng, Yunzheng, Senioren, and a group of people were gathered around a round table and chatting. At this moment, a guard ran in from outside and said, "Fourth young master, there are 2 old men outside who call themselves Elders Feng and Yun who want to see you." "What, Elders Feng and Yun?" Jianchen was slightly surprised. Elders Feng and Yun were from the Huang family. He didn't expect them to take the initiative to find him. Could it be that they're here for the skeleton of the Holy King? Jianchen thought to himself. His expression also became uncertain. "Jianchen, who are these Elders Feng and Yun? Are they friends or foes?" Ming Dong asked. Jianchen hesitated for a moment, then said, "They're old acquaintances. Let's all sit here for a while. I'll excuse myself for a moment." After that, Jianchen directly left the room and personally went to the gate of Changyang Prefecture. He saw the Elders Feng and Yun standing outside the gate of Changyang Prefecture. Both of them had gentle smiles on their faces, giving off an amiable feeling. "Seniors, what has brought you here? You've surprised me greatly." Jian Chern clasped his hands at the 2 of them from afar as he laughed aloud. "Haha, 4th young master, aren't you going to welcome us for a visit?" Elder Feng cupped his hands and smiled at Jianchen. He also addressed Jianchen as 4th young master to express his respect for Jianchen. "Welcome, of course you're welcome. Seniors, please come in." Jianchen's face was full of enthusiasm. Then he directly invited the Elders Feng and Yun into Changyang Prefecture. In a secret room in Changyang Prefecture, the 3 of them had just sat down when Jianchen went straight to the point. "Seniors, I wonder if you're here for the Holy King's skeleton?" The Elders Feng and Yun chuckled. Elder Feng said, "4th young master, you've misunderstood. We're not here for the Holy King's skeleton. After all, you're the benefactor of our Huang clan. Although the Holy King's skeleton is important, our Huang clan won't do anything ungrateful. Similarly, we won't bear the infamy of being ungrateful and make an enemy out of the Qin Empire. Even more so, we won't take the initiative to provoke the imperial protector of the Qin Empire." Hearing this, Jianchen's eyes flashed. He didn't expect the Huang clan to even investigate his identity as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. However, when he heard that the Huang clan wasn't here for the Holy King's skeleton, Jianchen heaved a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a while, he continued to ask, "Since you're not here for the Holy King's skeleton, may I ask why the 2 seniors are here this time?" "Haha, 4th young master, the 2 of us are here on the orders of the ancestor to invite you. We hope that you can visit our Huang clan as a guest," Elder Feng said with a smile. "Visit your Huang clan as a guest? Why, I don't think I have any relationship with your Huang clan." Jianchen had a look of surprise on his face. "Haha, 4th young master, the 2 of us are only here on the orders of the ancestor to invite you. As for the other matters, the 2 of us aren't qualified to know. 4th young master, you just need to understand that our Huang clan has no ill intentions towards you," Elder Feng said. "That's right, 4th young master. Our Huang clan has no ill intentions towards you. Furthermore, in our Huang clan, other than the ancestor who wants to see you, our young miss also misses you very much." Elder Yun gently sighed and continued, "If it weren't for the fact that our young miss is temporarily unable to leave the clan due to some matters, she probably would have come looking for you long ago." When he heard the young miss mentioned by Elder Yun, Jianchen immediately thought of a peerless beauty in yellow robes, as well as the scenes of him interacting with her during the elimination round in Mercenary City. He instinctively asked, "Is it Huang Luan?" "That's right, it's young Miss Huang Luan. 4th young master, our young miss has been missing you very much recently. You should visit her along the way when you visit the Huang clan," Elder Yun gently sighed as his expression became rather complicated. Jianchen sat there and hesitated for a while before nodding in the end. All right, I agree to visit your Huang clan. May I know when I'll be leaving? The Wind and Cloud elders immediately cheered up when they heard that. They said, Fourth young master, if there's nothing important, let's leave right now. Jianchen was surprised. Leave right now? Is it that urgent? Elder Feng nodded. It is indeed a little urgent because the second young miss has encountered some difficulties. You're probably the only one who can help her. In short, the sooner we return, the better. Jianchen's heart tightened when he heard that. He said, All right then. Wait for me. I'll go bid farewell to my family. An hour later, Jianchen bid farewell to everyone and left with the Wind and Cloud elders of the Huang clan. However, apart from the three of them, there was also Xiaotian, Qing Xiaofan, Chao Kachin, Dongyi Junbai, and Tian Luo, the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. Bringing the 5 of them to the Huang clan was all Qin Ji's idea. When Qin Ji heard that Jianchen was going to the Huang clan, he began to worry about Jianchen's safety. He insisted that Jianchen bring the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. In the end, Jianchen had no choice but to agree to Qin Ji's suggestion and bring the 5 most trusted people with him. The Huang clan was over 30,000 kilometers away from the kingdom of Jessen. Jianchen and the 6 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire followed the Wind and Cloud elders. After a day and night of flying, they finally arrived at the Huang clan. The Huang clan was a clan organization that had always been entrenched in a mountain with beautiful scenery and abundant energy of the world. When Jianchen's group arrived at the Huang clan, they saw a forest of buildings in the distance. Just as Jianchen's group approached the Huang clan, 2 Heaven Saint Masters immediately flew over from the Huang clan. They stopped in front of the Wind and Cloud elders in the end. They were 2 middle-aged men. They were burly and had valiant faces. Their eyes shone brightly as they gave off a vast presence. Jianchen studied the 2 middle-aged men. From their presence, he could vaguely guess that they were 4th Cycle Heaven Saint Masters at the very least. So it's Elder Feng and Elder Yun. The 2 middle-aged men clasped their hands at the Wind and Cloud elders while constantly studying Jianchen and the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire from the corner of their eyes. The Wind and Cloud elders returned the greeting before turning to Jianchen and saying, Fourth young master, these 2 are elders of our Huang clan. They're a pair of brothers, Huang Lan and Huang Feng. Jianchen greets the 2 elders. Jianchen smiled and clasped his hands at the 2 elders. The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire also clasped their hands at the 2 elders out of courtesy, but they didn't say anything. Elder Feng continued, Elders Huang Lan and Huang Feng, these are esteemed guests from the Qin Empire. They were invited by the ancestor. Chapter 5:17. As soon as they heard that Jianchen's group was an esteemed guest from the Qin Empire and had even been invited by the ancestor, Huang Lan and Huang Feng immediately became serious. Their gazes towards Jianchen's group changed as well. The Qin Empire was an organization that was much more powerful than the Huang clan. Welcome, esteemed guests from the Qin Huang kingdom, to my Huang family. Your arrival brings light to my Huang family's humble dwelling. Please come in, please come in. Elder Huang Lan's face was full of enthusiasm as he invited them into the Huang family with a smile. Elders Huang Lan and Huang Feng, please go about your business. The 2 of us still have to bring our esteemed guests to see the ancestor, Elder Feng smiled. Huang Lan and Huang Feng immediately became respectful when they heard the ancestor. The ancestor of the Huang clan clearly held an extremely high position in their hearts. Then we won't take up any more of your precious time. Elder Feng, Elder Yun, please take care of our esteemed guests. Elder Huang Feng smiled faintly. Elder Huang Feng said with a faint smile. Ever since they found out that Jianchen and the others were from the Qin Huang kingdom, their attitudes had become much more modest. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Elders Feng and Yun led Jianchen's group into the Huang clan. They arrived before a majestic hall in the center of the Huang clan. As soon as they arrived, a middle-aged man immediately ran out of the hall. He said, "Elder Feng, Elder Yun, the old master is already waiting for you in the hall. Please bring your guests in." Elders Feng and Yun nodded slightly before bringing Jianchen and the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire into the hall. The interior of the hall was very spacious, but it was filled with a majestic and grand aura. Although the layout was very simple, Jianchen could clearly feel that the majestic aura that spread out from the hall was not inferior to the Qin Huang Kingdom's imperial palace in the slightest. The hall had clearly existed for an extremely long time. Although it was constructed from precious stone, it was still unable to withstand the erosion of time. As a result, there were traces of time everywhere in the hall, giving it a simple and desolate feeling. Jianchen looked around and saw around 20 chairs on either side of the hall. Around 10 old men in their 70s sat silently on the chairs with their eyes closed. A white-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion sat cross-legged on the high throne in front of them. The old man had a smile on his face and gave off an amiable feeling, as if he was a benevolent grandfather. When Jianchen's group followed Elders Feng and Yun into the hall, the old men opened their eyes at the same time. Light flickered in their eyes as they curiously studied Jianchen's group. "Old clan head, the esteemed guests have been brought here. These are the esteemed guests invited by the old ancestor. As for the few behind him, they are the state teachers of the Qin Huang Kingdom." Arriving at the center of the hall, Elder Feng cupped his hands and said to the old man sitting on the main seat, "I am Jianchen. Greetings to the patriarch of the Huang family." Jianchen clasped his hands with a smile. The old man on the throne smiled at Jianchen and said, "It is a great honor for the imperial protector to visit my Huang family as a guest. Please take a seat." The destruction of the Heavenly Eagle Kingdom had caused a huge commotion in this region, attracting the attention of all the major and minor powers. As a result, the upper echelons of the Huang family had already investigated Jianchen's identity in the Qin Empire. Jianchen and the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire did not stand on ceremony. They each found an empty seat on either side of the hall and sat down. As soon as they sat down, the old master of the Huang family said, "Allow me to introduce myself. The old man is the patriarch of the Huang family for 2 generations. However, he has already stepped down from his position for over 60 years. Originally, he had focused on finding a quiet place to cultivate in the back mountains and rarely interfered with the affairs of the clan. However, this time, the esteemed guests of the Qin Empire have come to visit. This matter is of great importance, so the old man had no choice but to come out personally to welcome you. If there is any neglect, please forgive me." Following this, Jianchen and the old master of the Huang family exchanged a few pleasantries before they quickly got to the main topic. "Imperial Protector, the reason I invited you to my Huang family as a guest this time, aside from the fact that the old ancestor has important matters to discuss with the Imperial Protector, our Huang family also has a small misunderstanding. I hope that we can resolve this matter with the Imperial Protector," the old master continued. "Old master, you should just call me Jianchen. That way, it is more pleasing to the ear. As for what you want to discuss, there is no harm in the old master directly saying it," Jianchen said. "All right, then I will just call you Jianchen." The old master thought for a moment and said, "Jianchen, we have already learned the details of what happened in the training space of the mercenary tournament from Huang Luan. Here, we represent the Huang family to sincerely thank you for protecting the Sun Moon Bow for us." Although ruler armaments were important treasures to every clan, the mercenary tournament held once every 50 years was also extremely important. It was to the point where the Huang family, the Shi family, and the Qin Empire would do their utmost to obtain first place. This was because anyone who obtained first place would have the right to enter the sacred land to cultivate for a period of time. This would lay down a foundation for breaking through to Saint Ruler in the future. As a result, if a person with outstanding talent appeared in every peak clan, they would do their best to help them increase their strength. They only hoped to obtain first place in the mercenary tournament. Even if they were unable to do so, they would still be in the top few and obtain a heaven-tier battle skill to bring back to the clan. Huang Luan was the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Huang family. She was also a direct descendant of the clan and had already broken through to Earth Saint Master at such a young age. As a result, the Huang family ancestor was willing to give the ruler armament to Huang Luan. He only hoped that she would be able to represent the Huang family in the mercenary tournament and obtain first place. Once she obtained the right to enter the sacred land to cultivate, it was extremely likely that she would break through to Saint Ruler in the future with her outstanding talent. This was why she had participated in the mercenary tournament with the ruler armament of the Huang family, the Sun Moon Bao. However, the Huang family had miscalculated everything that had happened in the sacred land. No one had thought that the Shi family would actually use the special terrain of the sacred land to steal the Sun Moon Bao from the Huang family. Caught off guard, the Huang family had almost lost their ruler armament. It was all thanks to Jianchen that the Sun Moon Bao was safely brought back to the Huang family. Jianchen smiled indifferently when he heard the patriarch's words of gratitude. He said, "I've met Miss Huang Luan once in the past, and I owe her a few things. I only wanted to make up for what happened in the trial space of Mercenary City, so there's no need to worry about it, Patriarch." The Patriarch did not know what had happened between Jianchen and Huang Luan. He only thought that Jianchen was just being polite, but he did not dwell on the matter. "Next is the second matter," the Patriarch continued. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly became rather awkward. He looked at Jianchen apologetically. "Jianchen, we already know what happened a few days ago. It was only a misunderstanding, so I hope you don't take it to heart. As for Elder Yen, he has already been severely punished by us." Jianchen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I've already forgotten about what happened back then. Don't take it to heart, Patriarch. Speaking of which, all of this was caused by the Qiangan kingdom." Seeing that Jianchen did not pursue the matter of the Holy King's skeleton, the Patriarch finally relaxed. After all, this was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. He could not be offended so easily. Moreover, putting aside the fact that he was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, Jianchen was the Huang family's benefactor. The Huang family could not be ungrateful. Just as the Patriarch was about to continue speaking, his expression suddenly froze. However, he quickly returned to normal and smiled. "Jianchen, the Patriarch wants to see you. Please come with me. I'll bring you to the back of the mountain where the Patriarch is in closed-door cultivation. Elder Feng, Elder Yun, the two of you take good care of the Qin Empire's esteemed guests." Afterwards, Xiaotian's group of 5 left with the 2 elders, while Jianchen followed the Patriarch to the back of the mountain. Jianchen followed behind the old Patriarch as they made their way to the back of the mountain. Very soon, they stopped at the peak of a sword-shaped mountain that reached into the clouds. This mountain peak was over 6,000 meters tall. Standing above the boundless sea of clouds, as far as the eye could see, there was a sea of white clouds all around. It was impossible to see the scenery below the clouds. The mountain peak itself was not very large, only 100 meters in diameter. However, the top half of the mountain peak looked as if it had been cut in half by a heavenly blade. As a result, the top of the mountain peak was completely flat, without the slightest bit of uneven surface. At the center of the mountain peak was a small wooden hut, enduring the whistling cold wind all year round. This scene made Jianchen feel a sense of loneliness in his heart. "Old ancestor, the esteemed guests have been brought." The Patriarch bowed and respectfully said to the small wooden hut. "Jianchen, come in." An old voice sounded from the small wooden hut. Jianchen clasped his hands at the wooden hut before entering it without any hesitation. The old patriarch of the Huang family did not stay there for long. He turned around and left the mountain. Arriving in front of the small wooden hut, Jianchen directly pushed open the door and entered. Because the wooden hut was too small and there were no decorations inside, as soon as Jianchen stepped in, he saw an old man in white robes. Chapter 5:18. Jianchen greets Senior. Jianchen bowed respectfully. After all, this was a hermit saint ruler. The Huang family's ancestors' eyes were bright like the moon, as if he could see through a person's heart. He carefully studied Jianchen, smiled, and nodded. Facing the Huang family's ancestors' gaze, Jianchen suddenly felt as if he had been completely seen through by the Huang family's ancestor. In front of the Huang family's ancestor, Jianchen felt as if he had taken off all his clothes and was completely naked in front of the Huang family's ancestor. He had no secrets at all. The Huang family's ancestor's gaze quickly became indifferent, no longer possessing the sharpness from before. He praised, as expected of a genius, "Not only have you reached the realm of Heaven Saint Master at such a young age, you're neither arrogant nor rash. You're as steady as a mountain. To be able to do this at such a young age is truly rare." No wonder the Qin Empire was so confident in letting such a young person take up the position of imperial protector. Not only have they seen through your talent, they've also seen through your character and character. Jianchen was shocked by the Huang family's ancestors' words. His opinion of saint rulers increased once again. He never thought that they would be able to see through him with just their eyes. This was just too terrifying. However, Jianchen also felt a little worried. He didn't know if these saint rulers could see through his secret of not having a saint weapon or the azulite sword spirits. However, Jianchen immediately relaxed when he saw the Huang family's ancestors' expression. This was because from the Huang family's ancestors' expression, it was clear that they didn't know all of his secrets. Otherwise, if they knew that someone without a saint weapon was still so powerful, even with their mental fortitude as saint rulers, they would probably be extremely shocked. They wouldn't be so calm. This was because the outcome of having a saint weapon destroyed was either death or becoming a cripple. This was an indisputable fact on the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen was just an exception. Senior praises me too much. Although I've made some small achievements, I'm not as outstanding as Senior says. Compared to Senior, my mere strength is not worth mentioning. Jianchen clasped his hands and smiled indifferently. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Hearing this, the Huang family's ancestor chuckled. He stroked his long beard and said, "The old man has spent over 1,300 years to reach his current accomplishments. Thinking back, when the old man was your age, he had yet to break through to Earth Saint Master. He was still a great Saint Master. Compared to your current accomplishments, the old man should be the one not worth mentioning. If you could cultivate for as long as the old man, then your accomplishments would definitely surpass the old man's. You might even have broken through to Saint Ruler and reached an even higher realm." There was not a single trace of arrogance on Jianchen's face. With the memories of 2 lives, he had experienced many trials and tribulations. He had encountered many storms and waves as well. He had wandered between the worlds of the living and the dead countless times. He was completely different from those rich kids who grew up in a sheltered environment. This was because his state of mind had already been tempered thousands of times. Senior must be joking. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Although I've made some achievements now, the path ahead is still long. Who knows, I might die before I can reach Senior's level, Jianchen said very indifferently. Hearing this, the Huang family's ancestor nodded in agreement. He said, "That makes sense. There are many people on the Tianyuan continent, and there are plenty of talented people. There are even quite a few geniuses with unparalleled talent. However, there aren't many of them who can truly walk down this path. Many of them either die halfway or die in the cradle of their growth." The Huang family's ancestor paused. He stared at Jianchen indifferently and said with a smile, "All right, let's not talk about this nonsense. Jianchen, do you know why the old man called you here?" "Please forgive my ignorance. Senior, please explain," Jianchen said. The Huang family's ancestor stood up and said, "The room is a little too small. Let's talk outside." With that, the Huang family's ancestor walked into the wooden hut. When Jianchen emerged from the wooden hut, he discovered that a transparent barrier had appeared around the mountain peak at some point in time. It completely enveloped the entire mountain peak. Within the barrier, he could not feel the whistling winds in the air at all. Not far away, a stone table that was completely condensed from the earth elemental energy slowly rose from the ground. The Huang family's old ancestor was already sitting in front of the stone table. "Have a seat," the Huang family's ancestor said to Jianchen. Jianchen did not hesitate and sat down before the stone table. The Huang family's ancestor took out a jade bottle and 2 wine cups from his space ring. He personally poured a cup for Jianchen and said, "This place has been isolated by the old man's barrier. Not only can our conversation not be heard outside, the outside can't see what's going on inside." Jianchen knew that the Huang family's ancestor's next words were important. His expression immediately became solemn, but he did not speak. He quietly waited for the Huang family's ancestor to continue. "Jianchen, the old man invited you here today mainly because he wants to discuss something with the Qin Empire. Since you are the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, your status is comparable to the king of the Qin Empire. You can completely represent the Qin Empire," the Huang family's ancestor said. Jianchen pondered for a moment and said, "May I know what Senior wants to discuss with Junior?" The Huang family's ancestor was not in a hurry to answer. He gently took a sip of the wine in his cup and pondered for a moment before beginning. "Jianchen, the old man does not like to beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. Our Huang family hopes to be allies with the Qin Empire. If the Qin Empire can help our Huang family overcome our current difficulties, our Huang family will be eternally grateful. Senior, can you tell me what difficulties the Huang family is facing? Is it because of the Shi family?" Jianchen asked. The Huang family's ancestor shook his head and said, "If it's only the Shi family, it wouldn't be enough to force our Huang family to such a state. The main reason for all of this is the Hongfu family." "The Hongfu family? Senior, is the Hongfu family even more powerful than the Shi family?" Jianchen's interest was piqued. The Huang family's ancestor nodded and said, "Correct. The Hongfu family is indeed more powerful than the Shi family because they have 2 saint rulers and 2 ruler weapons." "What? 2 saint rulers?" Jianchen's face was filled with shock. On the Tianyuan continent, a clan with a single saint ruler was already a peak clan, yet the Hongfu clan actually had 2 saint rulers. They were so powerful that even the sect of Dragon and Tiger paled in comparison. Seeing Jianchen's shocked expression, the Huang family's ancestor smiled faintly and said, "Jianchen, you don't need to be so worried. Although the Hongfu family has 2 saint rulers, their strength is only at the 2nd heavenly layer and the 3rd heavenly layer. Even if the 2 of them have ruler weapons, Old Man alone can deal with the 2 of them." Hearing that, Jianchen was shocked again. His gaze toward the Huang family's ancestor immediately changed. He could actually fight 2 saint rulers with ruler weapons by himself. Then what heavenly layer was the Huang family's ancestor at? The 4th heavenly layer? Or above the 4th heavenly layer? The Huang family's ancestor continued, "The enmity between our Huang family and the Hongfu family has reached an irreconcilable level a long time ago. It was caused by our ancestors several thousand years ago, but we've always been on par with the Hongfu family in terms of strength. Even if we fight, we'll end up with both sides suffering heavy injuries at most, which is why our 2 families haven't engaged in any large-scale conflict. However, private conflicts constantly occur, and they happen frequently. Old Man has even clashed with the two saint rulers of the Hongfu family a few times, but he hasn't gone all out. But in the past few years, the Hongfu family has become very close with the other large clans, and they've even pulled the Yen family to their side through marriage. At the same time, they've become very aggressive towards our Huang family, vaguely showing signs of wanting to fight us to the death, which has greatly increased the pressure on our Huang family. It's exactly because of this that Old Man did not leave behind any barrier energy in our descendants when they entered the training space of Mercenary City. He wanted to preserve his strength so that he could deal with the sudden attacks from the Hongfu family and the Yen family at any time. However, what this Old Man didn't expect was that the Shi family, who had always minded their own business with our Huang family, would suddenly make a move against our Huang family at this time, attempting to seize our Huang family's king armament. Although this Old Man has a method to forcibly recall the king armament, this Old Man will also be injured. Without the king armament, if the Hongfu family and the Yen family suddenly make a move at this time, then even if this Old Man's strength is stronger than theirs, it would still be very difficult to stop them from joining hands. From this, it can be seen that the Shi family has either been roped in by the Hongfu family, or has secretly reached some sort of agreement. The ancestor of the Huang family was helpless. He let out a long sigh. Just the Hongfu family and the Yen family alone are enough to make our Huang family face a lot of pressure, but now there's the Shi family as well. If the three of them work together, it'll be far beyond what our Huang family can fend off. As a result, our Huang family is in urgent need of external help. Jianchen felt a headache when he heard that. The current situation of the Huang family was not optimistic at all. The Hongfu family had two saint rulers, so the ancestor of the Huang family could barely deal with them, but with the Yen family and the Shi family joining in, the Huang family had basically established two more saint rulers as enemies. The ancestor of the Huang family was clearly unable to fend off four saint rulers by himself. Jianchen knew extremely well why the ancestor of the Huang family wanted to form an alliance with the Qin Empire. He just wanted to borrow the power of the Qin Empire to stabilize the Huang family. Jianchen hesitated for a while. He said, "Senior, this matter is extremely important. Please forgive me for not being able to make the decision." Jianchen was indeed not bold enough to make the decision. If he agreed, it was extremely likely that he would make two powerful enemies for the Qin Empire. Although the Qin Empire had four saint rulers, two saint rulers were still enough to attract the attention of the Qin Empire. At the same time, Jianchen sensed that something was off when he saw what had happened at the sect of Dragon and Tiger. In his opinion, even if the two saint rulers of the Qin Empire did not fight with the old sect master of the sect of Dragon and Tiger, the sect of Dragon and Tiger would have had to pay a price to settle the matter. However, the outcome in the end exceeded Jianchen's expectations. Nothing happened to the sect of Dragon and Tiger, while the two saint rulers of the Qin Empire left with stern faces. This made Jianchen feel extremely uneasy. He began to worry. Although he did not know what the two saint rulers of the Qin Empire had said to the old sect master, it definitely had something to do with the Qin Empire since the two saint rulers of the Qin Empire had acted like that. Chapter 519. Seeing that Jianchen had refused to represent the Qin Empire in forming an alliance with the Huang family, the ancestor of the Huang family sighed. He was not surprised by this result, because he had already guessed that Jianchen would refuse. Before, he had only been holding on to a sliver of hope, but now Jianchen had destroyed the ancestor's last hope. "Senior, I'm truly sorry. This matter involves too many things. I really don't dare to make the decision," Jianchen said apologetically. From the ancestor's expression, he could faintly see just how much pressure this old man was under for the sake of the Huang family. "I can understand your difficulties. Although the Qin Huang kingdom is one of the 8 strongest kingdoms in the continent, we don't dare to look down on any Saint King-level powerhouse. Furthermore, if we get involved in this matter, we will offend 4 Saint Kings. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't agree to this request. The Huang ancestor sighed. Jianshan hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior, although I cannot let the Qin Empire get involved in this matter, if there is a need, I will do my best to help the Huang family. Seeing how serious Jianshan was, the ancestor of the Huang family felt rather touched. He smiled. Jianshan, old man appreciates your intentions, but a battle between saint rulers is not something a heaven saint master can interfere with. Your talent is unparalleled, and it would not be an exaggeration to call you the greatest genius in the history of the Tian-Yuan continent. If you cultivate diligently, you will definitely surpass old man in the future. As a result, you should work hard to increase your strength. Once you reach saint ruler in the future, my Huang family might need your help. Jianshan hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior, although I know that saint rulers are very powerful, and I have experienced the tip of the iceberg when I was in the sect of Dragon and Tiger, my understanding of just how powerful saint rulers are is still extremely vague. I wonder if Senior can let me witness the strength of a saint ruler and see just how much of a difference there is between me and a saint ruler if I try my best and see if I can resist. The reason why Jianshan said this was because he wanted to understand the strength of a saint ruler even more clearly. This was because the saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger was already greedy for the origin energy of the sword spirits. Although his identity as the imperial protector made the sect of Dragon and Tiger not dare to openly oppose him, Jianshan was afraid that the saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger would secretly attack him. As long as he understood the exact strength of a saint ruler, then Jianshan would be able to come up with a plan in time when he was attacked by a saint ruler in the future. Jianshan, the difference between a saint ruler and a heaven saint master is far greater than you can imagine. A saint ruler has already comprehended the mysteries of the world. Every action of his can use the power of the world. As the saying goes, everyone below saint ruler is an ant. In front of a saint ruler, a heaven saint master is indeed as weak as an ant. However, since you want to witness the strength of a saint ruler, then old man will satisfy your curiosity. The ancestor indifferently said. As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared, trapping Jianshan inside like a prison. Jianshan, this is a barrier that only a saint ruler can use. It contains the laws of the world and is inextricably linked to the world. You can treat this barrier as another space. Although this barrier is extremely weak in front of a saint ruler, it is not something a heaven saint master can break through. Only when the power of the barrier is about to run out can a heaven saint master break through it. The ancestor said. The ancestor's voice clearly reached Jianshan's ears. Hearing this, Jianshan did not waver. He immediately used the origin energy of the sword spirit. The dense violet light condensed into a sword in his right hand and immediately slashed at the barrier. It's useless. This is a barrier personally cast down by old man. Unless its power runs out, it's impossible for a heaven saint master to break through. This is because this barrier involves the power of an even higher domain. It's not something a heaven saint master can touch, the ancestor said with a smile. The ancestor of the Huang family smiled. He did not believe that Jianshan could break through the barrier he had cast down. At this moment, the origin energy of the sword spirits came into contact with the barrier. With a pop, the barrier was shattered. With a pop, Jianshan's sword pierced through the bubble-like barrier. The entire barrier was like a balloon that had been pierced through by a needle, disappearing without a trace. The expression on old ancestor Huang's face suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the broken barrier in front of him, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? You can actually break through the barrier cast down by old man. The ancestor muttered in a daze. He was extremely shocked. The ancestor quickly returned to normal. He curiously stared at the origin energy of the sword spirits in Jianshan's hand and sighed, "What great power!" Seeing the ancestor's expression, Jianshan could not help but smile. He clasped his hands and said, "Senior, please enlighten me." The ancestor stood up from the stone chair. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Jianchen. He sternly said, "Jianchen, barriers are only a technique that saint rulers possess. It's not a saint ruler's attack. Now, old man will show you the true difference between a saint ruler and a heaven saint master. Feel free to attack." Jianchen also distanced himself from the stone table. The origin energy of the sword spirits in his right hand shone with a dazzling azure light. It was like two serpents coiling around each other in the form of a yin and yang diagram, but they did not touch each other. Jianchen calmed himself down. Against a saint ruler, he did not dare to hold back at all. He used all the origin energy of the sword spirits he could use to the limit. His right arm suddenly trembled. His powerful body actually turned his right arm into a blur as he stabbed forward with lightning speed. With a flash of azure light, the origin energy of the sword spirits had already arrived 3 inches away from the ancestor's chest. At this moment, the origin energy could not advance any further. Jianchen's face changed slightly. He slid forward and pushed the origin energy of the sword spirits as hard as he could. However, no matter how hard he tried, the origin energy was unable to advance any further, not even the slightest. Jianchen's eyes flashed. He decisively withdrew his sword and retreated. With a slight sway of his body, he circled behind the ancestor and continued to attack. However, the result was the same as last time. When the origin energy of the sword spirits was 3 inches away from the ancestor, it could not advance any further. "What's going on?" Jianchen was very surprised. This was the first time he had seen a saint ruler's technique, but Jianchen could not understand it at all. "Jianchen, now you understand just how great the difference between a saint ruler and a heaven saint master is. Even if a saint ruler stood there without moving, a heaven saint master would not be able to harm him," the ancestor gently smiled. "Senior, can you tell me just how you did it?" Although he did not harm the ancestor at all, Jianchen was not discouraged. Instead, he asked curiously. The ancestor turned around and looked at the lesson plan. He smiled and said, "This is the secret of space." "The secret of space?" Jianchen softly murmured. He frowned as if he was deep in thought. The ancestor said, "Heaven Saint Masters control the energy of the world. They can use the energy of the world to fly. Saint rulers have comprehended the mysteries of the world and can use the power of space. Just now, I used the power of space. In the eyes of others, you are only 3 inches away from hitting me. However, you probably don't know that this distance of 3 inches in the eyes of others is actually several kilometers away. Moreover, depending on the saint ruler's comprehension of space, this distance can be extended indefinitely. Unless you can cross this distance or break through space, you will not be able to harm a saint ruler. Space. So this is the power of space." Jianchen came to a realization. He now had a deeper understanding of the strength of a saint ruler. Space was just too far away from him right now. Now you understand how great the difference between a saint ruler and a heaven saint master is. The ancestor said to Jianchen like a senior teaching a junior. "I understand. The mysteries of the world really are powerful. They can actually control space. If that's the case, saint rulers can fly very quickly." Jianchen's face became rather stern. "Correct." The ancestor of the Huang family said, "Saint rulers have already begun to comprehend the mysteries of space, so it is indeed extremely fast. A few experts who have a deep enough comprehension of space can cross several hundred or even several thousand kilometers with a single step. However, there are very few people who have reached that level of comprehension on the Tianyuan continent right now." Jianchen furrowed his brows tightly because he thought of the saint ruler from the sect of Dragon and Tiger. If a saint ruler was so fast, then he would not even have the strength to run away from a saint ruler. Although Jianchen was not sure whether the saint ruler of the sect of Dragon and Tiger would act against him, he still needed to be on guard. He needed to be on his guard. Afterwards, Jianchen and the ancestor chatted casually for a while before leaving the mountain. He then returned to the Huang family's villa alone. Fourth young master, you've returned from the ancestor's place so quickly. Just as Jianchen arrived above the Huang family's villa, the wind and cloud elders flew up from below and greeted Jianchen in a friendly manner. Jianchen smiled. I've finished my discussion with the ancestor. I plan on returning to the kingdom of Jessen. Thank you seniors and the Huang family for your hospitality. The wind and cloud elders looked at each other when they heard that. A sliver of worry appeared between their brows. The wind elder said, Fourth young master, why are you leaving so soon? Why don't you stay a little longer? I have no choice. I have a bunch of friends at home. I can't just leave them all to the side. Moreover, I still have matters to attend to, Jianchen said. Fourth young master, it's rare for you to come to the Huang family. Why don't you go and see the young lady first? The wind elder said. Jianchen hesitated. The days he spent with Huang Luan immediately appeared in his mind. After not seeing her for so long, he missed her a little.